Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Canefield. I am the chair of the City of Phoenix Judicial Selection Advisory Board, and I'd like to call to order the February 28th meeting. Could we have introductions and roll call, please? Here. Here. Item 3 on our agenda is approval of the minutes for the January 27, 2020 board meeting. We have to approve both the public session and the executive session minutes, so everyone should have had a chance to review those minutes. If so, I'd entertain a motion to approve the public meeting, public executive session minutes first. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the public session minutes of the January 27, 2020 meeting, say aye. 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 Any opposed? Is there a motion to approve the executive session minutes for the January 27, 2020 meeting? So moved. There's been a motion and a second to approve the January 27, 2020 executive session minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That brings us to agenda item 4, which is opportunity for public comment on judicial candidates. So today's meeting we are going to interview 11 candidates for 2 positions on the City of Phoenix Municipal Court. Those interviews will start at 9 a.m. and should conclude around 3:30 p.m. We do have at least 2 members of the public who have asked to speak. Now would be the time if you'd like to come make comments on the candidates. I'd only ask that you limit your comments to about 2 minutes if possible. So, Mr. Richard, would you like to come up first? Please introduce yourself for the camera.
My name is Gerald Richard. I am a criminal defense attorney. I have a contract with the City of Phoenix part-time. I am here in order to recognize 3 individuals for consideration. One is Michelle Gomez, who is currently a City of Phoenix prosecutor. She has over 17 years as an employee there. She has risen through the ranks. While I was working with the Phoenix Police Department, she was very helpful as far as providing information that was needed with the Phoenix Police Department. And as a court-appointed attorney with the City of Phoenix currently, she's been very cooperative as far as discovery and also plea offers. With regards to Ms. Frankie Jones, I've known her for 15 years. She is an employee of the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, has risen through the ranks as a proven prosecutor. She is bureau chief the last opportunity that I've had an opportunity to talk with her. As a member of the Arizona Black Bar, we were in a position whereby we had to restore the organization. What I found in Frankie was that she was extremely organized. She was always thorough, asking those questions that were necessary in order to move the organization forward. With the State Bar of Arizona, she has done a great deal of work in the area of continuing legal education and community events, making sure that citizens were understood their rights. But with the Arizona Supreme Court, she had an opportunity to work with the Commission on Minorities with Judge Roxanne Songong as far as making sure that other individuals who wanted to become judges took part in the Chris Nakamura Judicial Workshop, and she was very instrumental there. The last individual I want to bring up is David Allen, who I've also known for about 15 years. Met him when he was in the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, discussed a number of cases with him while I was in the police department as far as the best approach that was also fair. I worked with him with the Arizona Black Bar also. He did an outstanding job there serving. As an administrative law judge, he has the experience as far as dealing with individuals from that particular position, as far as hearing them and working with them. As a private attorney, he has also had an opportunity to work on the other side, not to mention that I hired him personally in order to take care of my LLC. And now as an administrative law judge, he's gone back to serving the community again in a judicial position. I believe these 3 individuals should be considered by this commission. I believe that they would serve the City of Phoenix very well. Having served the City of Phoenix over 21 years myself, These individuals I know love the job and they love what they do, and I believe they'll do a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alan Sheo.
Good morning, Chairman Canfield and members of the Advisory Board. My name is Alan Sheo, and it is my pleasure to appear this morning to offer some remarks in support of my former colleague, Judge Erica Radke. I was an administrative law judge at the Industrial Commission of Arizona from 2011 through 2019, and I served as the Vice Chief Administrative Law Judge. I first met Judge Radke when she was appointed as an ALJ at the Industrial Commission in May of 2014. She quickly learned the rules and procedures of the Industrial Commission and performed her functions as an ALJ in an extremely capable fashion. She was quickly promoted to Vice Chief ALJ and became my partner in assuming many supervisory duties in addition to maintaining an active caseload. I found her to be an excellent manager and a level-headed supervisor with a keen ability to prioritize and adapt. ALJs, the Industrial Commission, adjudicate disputes arising out of workers' compensation matters. Excuse me. Approximately 40% of the injured workers who appeared in front of the Commission did so without an attorney. These people were frequently angry, confused, and woefully unprepared to present their cases to a judge. This, in turn, could lead to frustrating situations for the judge trying to maintain a busy caseload. Judge Radke, however, always maintained her poise and cool in the courtroom and treated all parties who appeared before her with courtesy, patience, and respect. I'm sure that all who appeared before her felt that they had been treated fairly by a judge who gave them an opportunity to present their cases and receive a decision that was learned both in the law and the facts. My final point is that many years ago, I had the honor of serving as Chief Bar Counsel at the State Bar of Arizona and was very active in the area of legal ethics and professionalism. Suffice it to say, and I hope that Mr. Canfield remembers, that I knew a little bit about the rules of the road when it came to attorney ethics. Working alongside Judge Radke for 5 years, I can attest to her that her ethical standards are beyond question, and she is the embodiment of true professionalism. It is my great pleasure to state without reservation that Judge Radke would be a great addition to the City of Phoenix Municipal Court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Ms. Ashley Halverson.
Good morning. I'd like to offer my support for Commissioner Mina Mendez as a City of Phoenix judge. I have known Commissioner Mendez for approximately 10 or 12 years, though in the last 5 or 6 years or so, I have had the fortunate opportunity to consider her a mentor and a friend. I know her through Los Abogados. I'm a current board member and former president, and I mention that just because she has been a very important part of Los Abogados, though I am only here on my individual capacity. She has really been a trusted advisor to me personally in making incredibly difficult decisions in both my career and as a leader in our community. And I know for certain that she is dedicated to public service, as I'm sure you know from her application. She has mentored countless people. She seems to do this as a full-time job as far as I can tell. She cares very deeply, though, about the development and advancement of attorneys in our profession, and I know that I'm one of many that can call her a mentor personally. I know also that she has incredibly high standards of integrity and is the utmost professional, and I have the utmost confidence that she will be a tremendous asset to this court. I'd also like to provide my support for candidate Alex Navidad. He too is somebody that I consider a very trusted advisor, particularly when it has come to some also difficult decisions. And I know too that he has a long history demonstrating his service to the community, in particular with one of the programs that Los Abogados had initiated a couple of years ago in response to a crisis at the border. He was instrumental in starting a pro bono program to assist with that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halverson. Our next speaker is Mr. Nathan Foundas.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm here to offer my support for Patricia George for a position on the bench at the City of Phoenix. Myself, I've been a criminal defense attorney for a little over 12 years. I've practiced in most of the courts in the county. I'm also the supervising defense attorney at the City of Phoenix Veterans Court, where I met Patricia George approximately 6 years ago. I would describe Patricia as intelligent, dedicated, and one of the hardest working individuals that I have met. She's also firm, fair, and even tempered, which I think are the best qualities to be embodied in a judge. She's demonstrated these by her creation of the City of Phoenix Veterans Court, her work with the homeless population, as well as her work with the repeat offender program, which shows that she can work with individuals that have challenges from homelessness to mental illness, to those individuals that just aren't appropriate for rehabilitation. She's also well respected in the community, both on the defense side and the prosecutor side. She does great work in the community in support of her boys, as well as a lot of the homeless and veteran issues that are out there in the community that she's been addressing. I would like to say that she's not just one of the most qualified people on the list, but one of the most qualified people that I've ever met. She's an amazing person, she's an amazing attorney, and I think she would be well suited for a position on the bench. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foundas. The next speaker is Ms. Jessica Sanchez.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Advisory Committee. I am here this morning to offer my support for Commissioner Mina Mendez. Very brief background. I grew up in Phoenix. I spent about 11 or 12 years in the City of Phoenix aquatics section before going to law school. I interned in the mayor's office. I also interned in the City of Phoenix prosecutor's office. And one of the things that I learned in those many, many years is that the City of Phoenix really values a commitment to the community, a commitment to community service, and a commitment to really being innovative and making sure that the community feels like they have equality in terms of access to justice. And it's within that scope that I hope that you consider Mina Mendez. As Ms. Halverson already alluded to, Ms. Mendez has personally undertaken mentoring, and I'm being quite literal, probably 500 or more law students, aspiring lawyers, aspiring judges. She takes the time to make personal connections for these individuals. She takes the time to quash those fears that when someone feels like they're not qualified for a position. She has done an amazing and an outstanding job really trying to elevate the community and trying to mentor and really promote diversity within not only the legal profession, but specifically with the bench. Her application, which you have before you, no doubt shows that she has the experience as an attorney, as a commissioner, to really serve this role well with a position on the bench. But I hope that you would take into account that when members are in your courtroom and members of the public are in your courtroom, they really want to see a face that knows, that has compassion, that cares about an application for fairness in the system. And it really is within that, I can't recommend Mina enough. I also know that you have some extremely qualified candidates. I would also like to throw my support behind Ms. Gamez and Mr. Navidad, who in that same aspect, again, have a heartfelt passion for the community have distinguished themselves all as legal professionals and would no doubt serve this bench with honor and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Our last speaker, I believe, is Mr. Melvin Morris.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Advisory Committee. My name is Melvin Morris. I'm currently assigned to the City of Phoenix Veterans Court via the Public Defender's Office. I have known Ms. George, Patricia A. George, who I'm here to speak in support of, for 6 years when I worked for the State of Arizona Veterans Services Department, and I was assigned to the Veterans Court here. And from my initial meeting with her, one thing has been clear to me is that Ms. George has a great amount of dedication and support to the veterans of this community. She also has exhibited the characteristic of respect and treating all the members with dignity and fairness in our court. That is why I'm here to recommend Patricia George's appointment to the bench of the City of Phoenix Municipal Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Are there any other members of the public that would wish to comment at this time? Okay, with that, we will move on to agenda item 5, which is review of the board's purpose, the interview process, and voting procedures. We'll also present to we'll have board members present their due diligence findings on the judicial applicants. So, just a couple things to say before we get started. So the board is tasked with interviewing selected applicants in order to compile a list of candidates to be recommended to the mayor and city council. Our recommendations go to the subcommittee on public safety first. The board may go into executive session at any time to promote open and frank discussions of the applicant qualifications. So while we'd prefer most of this be done and open at any time, if any board member feels that we need to discuss any candidate, all you need to do is make a motion. And the same is true of the interviews. We plan to do these interviews in public, but if any portion of the interview needs to be done in executive session, that can take place upon a vote of the board, and the applicant has the choice of saying they wish to have their interview in public, even if we do that. So, when making our recommendations, we are tasked with considering the diversity of the city's population. However, the primary consideration shall be merit. The goal of this process is to select judges who have outstanding professional competence and reputation, and who are also sensitive to the needs of and held in high esteem by the communities they serve, and who reflect, to the extent possible, the ethnic, racial, and gender diversity of those communities. So when considering each applicant, we as board members must do our job to be impartial and objective. As I mentioned, each candidate will be interviewed beginning at 9 o'clock. We've allotted 20 minutes per interview. We'll discuss questions in a few minutes, but I'm thinking we're probably going to ask about 5 questions per candidate with maybe a couple follow-up questions. So to assure fairness to all the candidates that we are interviewing today, I must admonish the public here in attendance, as well as those watching on video, that these proceedings please do not disclose the interview questions or candidate answers to anyone else, or especially obviously the folks that are going to be interviewed throughout the day, until these interviews are completed around 3:30. So the rules that govern this proceeding also require that we make appropriate disclosures, which we'll do at this time. So we are required to disclose any relationship with an applicant. This includes business, personal, fiduciary, or attorney-client. These relationships do not necessarily disqualify you from voting on an applicant unless your impartiality may be reasonably questioned. If so, the rules require that you disqualify yourself. So at this time, why don't we do a roll call of each board member and go through your list and make your disclosures. So, Judge Weinsweig.
I have no disclosures.
Judge Kinanen.
In terms of disclosures, Mina Mendez, Frankie Jones, Nicole Countryman, Dan Carrion, Barbara Paris-Condola, Bob Smith, Alex Navidad. I know them in either a personal or a professional capacity, but I don't believe that any of those relationships in any way affect my ability to be fair and impartial in the proceedings.
Alton.
David Allen, Frankie Jones, Nicole Countryman. I've known these individuals in a personal and professional capacity, and also do not believe that these relationships will influence my decision in any way.
Okay. Mr. Stebley. No disclosures, right?
No disclosures.
Mr. Kelly.
I have no disclosures. I would want to share that I have a conflict that predated this assignment. So I will, I will be leaving at the break, and I'll be back at 1:30.
Okay. Mr. Rascone.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. No disclosures.
Ms. Sarmina. Okay, and for me, lastly, several people on this list that I know personally in some respect. Mina Mendez, I actually went to grade school with and law school. Nicole Countryman, I know Nicole. Bob Smith and I were classmates in law school, and I have been a supporter of his in the past. He's a good friend. Alex Navidad I know personally, and I know Miss Paris-Condola's husband, who I also went to law school with. So, but none of those relationships will affect my ability to be impartial in the process. So, okay, that concludes due diligence. I'm sorry, disclosures. So that brings us now to due diligence. Each of you, after our initial meeting a month ago, each of you was assigned to do due diligence on one or more of the applicants. So I think at this point, I'll go down the list and ask you to give your report. What I'd like to do, though, is we did this last time. I think we'll just do due diligence on the candidates that we're interviewing this morning right now. And then after lunch, we'll start and we'll do due diligence on the candidates that we're going to interview in the afternoon. So I'll hear reports from, on Ms. Mendez, Ms. Gomez, Mr. Allen, Ms. Rodkey, Ms. Jones, and Ms. Countryman this morning. So why don't we start with Ms. Mendez. And again, I mentioned the executive session. If you feel like we need to discuss any of this in executive session, just ask for the motion to be made and we can do that. But Ms. Mendez, the due diligence was Ms. Sarmina.
Thank you very much. I spoke with all the references. There were 3 that we never were able to connect, but with all the other ones, I had great rave reviews about her ability as a commissioner, her ability to work with people, to be serious about people. No one had anything negative or anything that they'd say, just look out for this, or none of that. So that is what I found.
Excellent, good report. Well, next we will hear due diligence on Ms. Gomez, and that was Ms. Walton.
Thank you. I contacted all references, and I did speak with everyone on her reference list. Most references indicated that she was well-qualified and believed that she had the judicial temperament to sit on the bench for the City of Phoenix. There were a few references that indicated that they did not believe that she had the temperament to be on the bench, and that her experience would not translate well to the bench. That was 2, but the majority of them were very favorable to her.
Okay, thank you. Next is Mr. David Allen and Judge Weinsweick.
Yes, so I don't know if what amount of detail I'm supposed to go in, but you can feel free to cut me off, as you always have.
Cue off your 4 fellow board members. They were
Right. So I spoke to nearly all the references of Mr. Allen, and they were uniformly excellent. He is a dedicated public servant who has served as prosecutor and ALJ. He's a good person. He's empathetic, hardworking, and he gets along with both lawyers and people, regular pro per citizens who appear before him. He takes a leadership role, and he doesn't accept the status quo, and so he looks for ways to improve an institution. He's a good writer, curious. Work ethic is apparent. His work product is timely. He reads the briefs, and he knows the record. He's fair. I had 2 friends who say they regularly lose before him. He has a commanding presence without being intimidating, and he has great experience in the subject matter before the court.
Okay, thank you. Next candidate for due diligence is Ms. Radke, and that is Ms. Walton again.
You. I did contact Ms. Radke's references, and every reference that I spoke with gave her rave reviews, said she was a very competent individual, very fair, very judicious, was very, she took the time to explain matters to members of the public, to counsel, and everyone who, because a couple of people actually mentioned that even though her decisions were not favorable to them, they felt that she was very fair and would be very fair. So they all very much enthusiastically recommended her for the bench.
Thank you. Next candidate applicant is Ms. Frankie Jones, and that's Mr. Kelly.
I took a different tact with regard to following up and doing due diligence with, Ms. Jones. I talked to a number of retired judges that knew her, and I had also talked to a key person, that had a discussion with her once she was previously referred, to the city council. All indications are that she has the expertise. She's been nominated a number of times and pushed forward. And one person who may be in a decision-making responsibility, I prefer not to mention their name, had indicated to her to apply again. But I've heard nothing negative. Everything that I've heard has been very positive with regard to Ms. Jones.
Excellent, thank you. The last applicant we'll hear due diligence on before we begin the interviews is Ms. Countryman, and that is Judge Kinana. Okay. Okay. There's a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye. Okay, we are going to go into executive session. That means we'll need to cut the mic and turn off the video. Okay. The time is 9 o'clock, and we are back in open session. We were hearing the due diligence report on Ms. Countryman from Judge Kinana. Judge, you want to continue?
I was responsible for the due diligence on Ms. Countryman. As to Ms. Countryman, I contacted all of her references. I was also contacted by various members of the legal community about her qualifications to be a judge on the City of Phoenix. I will say that all her contacts as to judges or lawyers, she had 3 different people that were over at her current employment, which is the City of Chandler. They were other judicial officers or magistrates, and they spoke very highly of her. They believe she would make a good candidate for that. I think at least one of those used to be a City of Phoenix public defender before he took that position. But they spoke highly in terms of her ability and what she was doing on the bench over at the City of Chandler as I think she's a hearing officer. I also was able to contact her personal references. They knew her in various capacities. I think one was her real estate agent. Another one was another personal friend. They felt that she listened well, and then in the context of their relationships, they thought that she would make a good candidate. Some of them didn't know her for a significant period of time, but they did speak highly of her for what the period of time that they knew her. As to the legal people, I did reach out to the 4 people that were listed as well as I got input from other people. It was a little bit like your contact, Ms. Gamis. For the most part, they were positive and believed that she could do the job and was fair and impartial. There were some concerns about her interaction with the other practitioners' viewing of her interaction with her clients and with other people that they saw that felt that she may not be able to interact with pro-pers and other people in an appropriate fashion. But it wasn't of such an extent where I would say that they said that it disqualified her or she didn't have that. And I personally chalk some of that up to just the nature of representation, because they couldn't point me to a specific instance where they said, this was where I could make that evaluation myself. In other words, they gave me a factual scenario where they would say, this is what I mean. It was more of a feeling they got based upon their interactions with her. So I'll leave that to the board for its further consideration. But generally speaking, I think the professionals also indicated that she'd be a qualified candidate.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So we are running a little bit behind, and the next thing we need to discuss is the questions that we're going to ask the candidates. We need a little break before we do that, or do you want to? Okay, why don't we take just a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, we'll get through the questions, and then start the interview. So if you let Ms. Mendez know that we're running a little bit behind. Thank you. Okay, it's 9:11. We are back in open session. We were just about to start our conversation about the questions to ask the applicants. So what we've done in the past is we've come up with about 5 questions, and then I assign a board member to ask a particular question of each candidate. Of course, you have the option of asking more questions. Just be mindful of the schedule. We're already running a little bit behind. And then, as I noted earlier, we have the option to go into executive session to ask a candidate a question or two if we feel that that's necessary. I'd remind the board, based on the history, that this process used to be all done in closed session. It's treated as a personnel matter. So we have opened the process up quite a bit. But we do have that option to go into executive session if any board member feels appropriate. Just make the motion, and that can be done at the conclusion of the public interview. So we we need to discuss questions. What we've done in the past is typically ask, questions about why the candidate wants to be a judge, what they think about the court, possible reform, improvements, those kinds of things, challenges they may have faced. So with that, I'll open it up for a suggestion, maybe on the general question of why do you want to be a judge, and how we might ask that question. So, I'll do that. You want to do that? Okay. How would how do you want to? Do you want to just ask the general question? Why do you? Okay. 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 So is everybody okay with that? Turn on your. Make sure so everybody on television can hear what you're saying.
Yes, I would like to ask the first question. It seems it is the most obvious one.
Okay, so the first question is why do you wish to be a judge on the Phoenix Municipal Court? Any thoughts for a second question anybody wants to suggest?
Well, one question that Judge and I received is, is that, what is your judicial philosophy, or is that not proper or appropriate?
No, is everyone comfortable with a question asked in that manner? And that could cover a lot of things, I suppose, but maybe one suggestion, just given this, Judge, you can help us out here, given the general scope of the cases and matters that these judges, your court experiences, could we qualify that question in any way, given this is a limited jurisdiction court? What is the philosophy upon which you would, something like that?
I think it's a legitimate question, as is, for many of the same reasons that it's asked. But it also gives people the opportunity to talk about their beliefs in judicial philosophy and temperament and the way people are treated in the courtroom, which is, I think, of particular importance in a limited jurisdiction court. So.
Well, Judge, would you like to ask that question of each?
Oh, I shouldn't have. I thought we were just brainstorming. Sure.
Okay. Just the only thing I ask is write it down as you just ask the same question to every candidate. So
What is, yeah.
if that's all it's going to be, these are very open-ended questions. I'll make sure everyone knows that we only have 20 minutes with them. So, okay, so Judge Weinswag will ask a question regarding judicial philosophy. How about a third question? Carlos?
I like that. In the spirit of the data that we use in JSAB, I'd like to ask question 13 in our list here. What level of importance do you put on fairness and equity, and then how would you measure your success, and what data would you use?
Everybody hear that? It's 13, and the list is, you're referring to some sample questions that we were provided by counsel as from prior interviews, just to give us an idea.
Yes.
Ignite the discussion. So, okay, so Carlos will ask that question. A couple more. How about?
I'll make a suggestion.
Okay.
A question that basically goes, what is one way you think you could improve the City of Phoenix municipal bench, municipal court?
Okay. We usually ask a question like that. That's
Is
a
it?
good one.
Close, yeah. Well, I'm looking for a couple of specific things out of that question, but I think it can be answered, and it also shows a lot of different things.
Mr. Kelly, would you like to ask that question of the candidates?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. What specific way do you think that you can improve the City of Phoenix Municipal Court? That could be a technological innovation, that could be diversity, I mean, it could be a lot of different stuff.
As I look at this, I had checked number 15, which is Very similar.
I'm okay with that, too.
That's fine.
Okay.
And actually, truthfully, that's goes better to where I wanted, because I wanted to see about a program or something they thought they could.
I agree. Thank you. I will be pleased to do that,
So
Mr.
why
Chair.
don't we,
I don't know about this judicial philosophy. I'm sorry.
You're having
I know I
second-
proposed it, but it might not be informative to, and so
Well,
I don't think it should be asked if it's not going to be helpful to all of us.
But why don't, my suggestion, because I think it's a good question, maybe what I was talking about was just in light of the kinds of cases and matters that you're going to hear as a municipal court judge, what is your philosophy in dealing with litigants, and that I guess that's what would be my only suggestion, is make it maybe a little more specific to this particular.
Yes.
But
Or do you think I should just ask? Because that's how they ask it in the state, is, just those questions. But I don't want, they might say, oh, strict construction. I don't know if they think I'm talking about the Constitution.
What do you see your role as a City of Phoenix judge as?
or even contrast it to other judges, that this is a unique, this is a unique position. A lot of people who come before, whoever come into a courtroom are a lot more likely to be in this courtroom than maybe others, and so I'm sure.
The only reason I don't have a big, it is true that there are different roles, but underneath that question, I think that they can answer that a lot of different ways.
Oh, they can.
They can come out and say,
okay.
here, this is my philosophy, I'm a strict constructionist. Or they could come out and say, I really think we should engage with the public, right?
Right,
right. They could answer that in
I'm
a lot of
for
different ways.
the courts.
Yeah.
I am, I like the rule of law.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to go with this.
Okay. So why don't we do one more question? Dawn, I'm looking at you. Is there something you'd like to?
I like question 20. As a judge, you'll have to make unpopular decisions or rulings, and what experience or experiences has or have prepared them for that.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, I agree. I had checked
Right,
that
Don
one
will ask
myself.
that question. Okay, you all have your assignments, so Liz, you're going to kick us off, so be ready. Okay. All right, I think with that, we can invite Ms. Mendez in. 9:20, so we'll just have to catch it. Maybe we'll cut our breaks. I don't want to shortchange any of the candidates, but we've got a lot of time built into the schedule, so we can just shorten our breaks or lunch or something. So. No, I asked him that question. Good morning, Ms. Mendez. It's very intimidating. I've already disclosed that I've known you since grade school, so.
Okay. You won't be making fun of me today.
Well, not so.
You can tell us some stories, though.
Yes.
Yes, I'll bring that up at the end. So, well, thank you so much for joining us and for your application. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. This maybe take about 20 minutes. We do have the option of going into executive session to talk about anything that is sensitive, but we don't anticipate that occurring. So with that, I will turn it over to Liz.
Morning.
My question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Well, I would answer that by saying that I've served as a judicial officer before. I was on the Superior Court for 9 years, and I ended up retiring early because my daughter, who was 11 at the time, she's 17 now, was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And at the time, my mother, who was also type 1 diabetic, had passed away 2 years prior to Ava's diagnosis from diabetes-related complications. So it was a very scary diagnosis for us as parents to get, and between my husband and myself, I was the one who was more qualified. I had taken care of my mom, so I was the one who was in a position to best take care of her. So I ended up retiring from a job that I loved, and I've always worked, but I worked in a job subsequent to my retirement that was more flexible and allowed me the opportunity to be at the school to give her medication and be there if she had any medical issues that came up. But the job of being a judge was one that I loved. I loved being on the bench. I loved the public interaction. I loved going home at the end of the day feeling that I had made a difference in people's lives. And that's why I'm here today, and that's why I would like to return, because it was something that I was very passionate about.
Thank you.
That's all the questions. Thank you.
I'll get it down, I promise. What is your judicial philosophy?
I would say in terms of judicial philosophy that I've always been a person who feels that it's important to faithfully follow the text of the statute or applicable law that you're applying to the facts in a case, and to do so faithfully and consistently. And most importantly, I would add to that to include a measure of predictability in the way you conduct yourself, so that the parties who appear before you know what to expect, and it in turn inspires confidence in the public that they will feel less apprehensive when coming into court, because they'll know your reputation, and they'll know that they'll be treated fairly.
Thank you.
Good morning. What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge, and how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Well, I think for a judge, being fair and equitable is the most important part of the job. We are public servants. We have an obligation to make sure that people who come before us know that they're going to be heard and that they will be treated fairly. And I think it's important to remember that the people who appear before you, these are our neighbors. These are members of our community. These are people that we'll see at the grocery store, at your children's school. You'll run into them at church. This is your community, and you are part of their court. So it's vitally important to administer justice in a fair way. In terms of how I would measure my performance, is what I understood the question to ask. I guess from prior experience, I would sometimes ask other judges to watch. I'm sure you have something like FTR in the Phoenix City Court, a recording system that records the hearings. Sometimes I would just ask colleagues, could you watch a couple of hearings and give me some criticism and some feedback? I think that's a great way to evaluate and monitor how well you're doing. We had judicial performance review. I'm not sure if the City of Phoenix uses judicial performance review or some other evaluation tool, but I think those are very helpful, and it's helpful to read what litigants and jurors think about the work that you're doing, and to not take it personally, to view comments, even negative comments, as an opportunity for personal growth. So that's how I would measure my progress.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Mendez.
Morning.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Court has a reputation for innovation. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it currently is not doing, or that it could do much better?
Well, I'm aware of the court's excellent reputation for having innovative programs like the CAP program, the Compliance Assistance Program, and I was aware of that program long before I had thought about applying, because I'm very active in my community, and there are a number of members of my community who've benefited from the program, so it has a very good reputation in the Latino legal community. And what I love about programs like that is they don't cost money, but they're very effective, and they help people get back on their feet. So if I were asked to make a suggestion, I think more programs like that would be beneficial. I know there's a pilot program right now in the city of Scottsdale where they are allowing litigants who are seeking orders of protection to do so over the phone using FaceTime. Now, I was the Superior Court's quote, expert on domestic violence issues and orders of protection when I was at the Superior Court, and I was appointed by the presiding judge to serve on the Best Practices Committee for Orders of Protection. So I could see there are some concerns that I would have, and some things that might need to be worked out with allowing litigants to get an order of protection over the phone. But I think the idea is an amazing idea. So in terms of one thing that the City of Phoenix might be able to do is to turn the CAP program into an app where people could download the app, and you could probably expand it to other programs other than CAP, but CAP is the one that's at the forefront of my mind, where people could download the app, they could make a down payment, you could have a chart that shows them what their monthly payment would be and how much of a forgiveness they might be entitled to by going through the program. I know they forgive a small percentage of the debt that's owed. And I think that's a great customer service function if you could implement something like that, because no matter how short the period of time is, and I've heard that the wait time is very short for the CAP program, that people are really happy that it only takes, half an hour to come in and take care of their fine. But if you could make that even shorter for people so that they don't have to miss time from work and lose money to put food on the table, I think that would make it even more efficient.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
Well, the most difficult decision I had to make was actually not, the video just threw me because it's a little bit behind, so I saw myself on camera and it's behind where I am.
It keeps messing me up too.
Sorry. The most difficult decision I ever had to make was, I would call it a quasi-legal decision. It involved the legal profession, but it wasn't actually a ruling. But a couple of years ago, I think you all know from my application that I run a statewide mentoring program for Latinas who are interested in pursuing law school, so high school, college, and law students, and we pair them up with Latino lawyers and judges. In late 2017, a student reported to me that she had been sexually assaulted by the president of an organization that I'm also a member of. And because this is a public interview, I'm not going to mention the organization because it certainly was not the fault of the organization. But I reported the sexual assault to the state bar, and the state bar took about a year to conclude their investigation, and they did a very extensive investigation in which 4 additional victims came forward, and that person was suspended and is in the process right now of being prosecuted by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. As it relates to your question, this was a very popular president of the organization, and so in that 1-year period of time before the investigation was concluded, I was ostracized, I was subjected to verbal abuse, threatened, retaliated against by this person and his friends. So it was incredibly difficult and emotionally taxing. So what that reinforced for me, which was something that I already knew, but it strengthened that belief, is that sometimes doing the right thing is very difficult, and it's the hardest thing to do, and it's very unpopular. But if you have faith that your decision is the right decision, and you continue to, have that confidence in the decision that you've made, ultimately everything will work out as it did in that case.
Thank you.
Ms. Mendez, thank you so much for your answers to all these questions. My only question is, can you develop an app that gets your children to go to bed on time, like the one you were thinking? That would be amazing.
That would be amazing. I don't think I'm
Never gets
sufficiently
easier.
qualified, but that would be great.
Last question is just the open-ended. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we end this? Oh, I'm sorry. I should open. I'm going to open up to my fellow board members. Is there any other questions my fellow board members have?
Yeah, Ms. Mendez, I did have a
You do that in
follow-up
grade
question.
school too. Just
Yeah, see? I saw in your application that you had been recently appointed to the Board of Executive Clemency.
Yes,
Is that something that you're passionate about?
it is. It's fascinating work. I've been there since December. I had notified the governor's administration that I had applied for the City of Phoenix, and they're very supportive, and they're aware that this has been a dream of mine for a long time to return to the bench. So they're aware that I'm applying for this, but it's work that I love. And I've learned a lot that I think translates well to being a judge from someone who has never been a judge, and that's our chairman, Dr. C.T. Wright, who is one of the most compassionate, kind people I've ever met in my life. And you can imagine that we have to give people news that is not the news that they were hoping for, and we have to do that multiple times throughout a day when we're holding hearings. And the way that he talks to people is something that I could only hope to be as good as he is. He's truly someone that, in my opinion, he should have been a judge. He missed his calling. He's just an amazing individual. So for me, I've learned a lot just from watching our chairman, but it's fascinating work, and I've really enjoyed it.
So that is a huge time commitment because of the nature of the hearings and the timing of the hearings. Do you think you would be able to do that as well as fulfill the duties of a city judge if you were appointed by the city council?
No, that's why I notified the governor's administration. I would have to, it's actually full-time.
Okay.
We work Monday through Thursday, 10 hours a day.
Right.
So it's actually very full-time. That's why when I prefaced my comments by saying that I've notified the governor's administration, it's because they are aware that I would then have to step down. I actually was working back at the Superior Court. I don't know if you were aware of this, Judge Kinanen. I had been hired back by the court to be the Spanish DUI judicial officer because the last Spanish-speaking judge had retired from the Superior Court, and I had then I was appointed to the BOEC, and even though that calendar is only one Friday a month, there's also a potential conflict in sitting on the bench and the board at the same time. So even if it weren't full-time, I would still have to resign, and they're aware of that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members?
If I may, good morning.
Good morning.
In your application, and you alluded to it in answering one of the questions, you mentioned you're the coordinator for the Minority Law Students Tutoring and Mentoring Association. And I think you mentioned you're still doing that.
Yes, that's a program that was started by Mary Murguia,
Okay.
who's a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals judge and soon to be the Chief Judge of the Ninth Circuit. And it started, gosh, Mary and I both argue about which one of us is too old to remember the date it started, because neither one of us can remember, but it's more than 20 years old. It actually started as a book club. And then when Mary was appointed to the district court, or Judge Murguia, I'm sorry, was appointed to the district court, I took over coordinating the book club, essentially. And I just changed it to turn it into a more formal mentoring program for Latinas. So what started at the time that Mary started it with the only 9 Latina lawyers in the county who formed this book club to support one another is now a 250-plus member formal mentoring program that's not just statewide, but we're now in 9 other states also. We get a lot of support from the HMBA, and I think I know where your question is going. I did try to manage it by myself up until a few years ago, and then I ultimately had to form a committee of 12 other women who helped me coordinate events because it did become too much, and that was hard for me. I'm used to being the one who helps, not the one who asks for help, but that was a great lesson for me to learn to let it go and trust that other people would care as much about it as I did and would help me to create good programs for kids. And it's been very successful. I'm very proud of it.
Thank you. That might speak to your innovative abilities. I want to commend you for doing with that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll ask the last question. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the board before?
I can't think of anything else that we didn't cover. I would tell you that I appreciate so much the opportunity to meet with you all today, and I think very highly of your court. I feel a close connection to the city of Phoenix. I was born in Phoenix in the same hospital where 35 years later I gave birth to my first daughter, and then 2.5 years later my second daughter. So it's been a dream of mine, and it's something that I would really enjoy, and I appreciate you all taking the time to interview me today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Which hospital?
Good Samaritan. They don't call it Good Samaritan anymore.
Good Sam.
That made me sad. But all right, thank you
Okay.
all.
Bring Ms. Gomez in, please. Come on up to the hot seat. Good morning, Ms. Gomez. How are you?
Good morning.
A little bit of a distance between us here. We're not used to this. Thank you so much for your interest in serving on the City of Phoenix Municipal Court. And congratulations, you got through the first round. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. This was all being done in open session, but we can go into executive session if necessary. So with that, I will turn over the mic to Liz.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The typical first question, okay? What is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Well, specifically, this point in time in my career, I've been practicing a little over 21 and a half years as a lawyer in a variety of capacities. The last 14 years, I've been working with the City of Phoenix exclusively as a prosecutor. I believe that my experience as a prosecutor, being held to a higher standard, would lend itself to be a judge because of the integrity, independence, and impartiality that I already have as a prosecutor. I'll give you an example, such as when I was working in charging, I reviewed many cases to decide if there was a good faith basis to make a charge or not. There were many cases that I declined because I just didn't believe that they had enough merit. Even if they were possibly factually sufficient, I knew that there was no reasonable likelihood of conviction. So that's what I would do as a charging prosecutor. However, as a trial prosecutor, I would also come across many cases that had already been charged, but maybe I didn't have a video or additional evidence that would provide enough evidence to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that I could prove this case, so I would not proceed. As a judge, I believe that all of these personal experiences as a prosecutor would lend themselves well on the bench, because on the bench you have to make decisions and you make them independently. So as a charging prosecutor, I made independent decisions all the time, whether to charge, not charge, further, give me more information, or to proceed. I believe that I am fair when I was making those decisions, and I am fair now. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Gomez. What is your judicial philosophy?
Well, my judicial philosophy is that we must follow the law as the law is. That is paramount, most important. We are required to follow the law. Even if you don't like the law, the way it's written, it's not for me to be an activist on the bench. It is for me to follow and interpret the law. If people don't like the law, they can go talk to their legislative branch representation and ask them to change the law. But that is my role, that is my philosophy, to follow the law. And I do that as a prosecutor every day.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Fairness and equity is right at the top of the list. Everyone needs to be treated fairly. And when I mean everyone, that's everybody that comes into the courtroom. It doesn't matter if it's the bailiff, the law clerk, the interpreter, the victim advocate, the victim, defense counsel, the prosecutor, people just watching in the public. Everyone needs to be treated fairly. They need to be afforded an opportunity to be heard. A defendant's rights do not trump a victim's rights. So there's a fine balance. And as far as measuring the success, there are many ways to do that. However, I think as a judge, if you're being noticed all the time, maybe you're not too successful. There are written comments that are provided electronically over time. That's another way to measure. My way to measure too, I would probably talk to my fellow judges and say, hey, what are you hearing? Am I doing okay? How can I improve? What do you suggest? You've been on the bench for quite some time. Well, you know, how did you deal with this situation or that situation?
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Court is known for innovation. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that's not currently doing, you know, or could do better as it relates to innovation?
Yes, the court has many specialty courts, and they are very innovative. I have participated on every level in these different specialty courts and making appearances. However, one thing that the court hasn't done, but I believe is moving towards, is going electronic. The court could save so much money if it were to move totally electronic. They wouldn't have to store files, pay for storage, make files even, have labels, print paper, ink, copy, all of that stuff. I think that's the way to go. The federal courts have gone that way. Local jurisdictions smaller than us have done that, as well as the county. So if they can do it, this court certainly can. It's the 5th largest city in the nation, so we just need to figure out how to do it and do it well.
Morning.
Good morning.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
Well, as a judge, the decision-making lies solely with me. I am independent in making that decision. There are times when doing the right thing may not be so popular, but it is the right thing to do. It is the law. And you must review all of the facts that are in evidence in order to make that decision. So the experiences that I have had have been trying cases for a very long time. They all lend themselves in making those hard decisions. There are times when I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing, that I will consult with another lawyer, maybe 2 other lawyers, to kind of pick their brain to make sure that, you know, maybe I just was not reading the statute correctly. And most of the time we'll come to the same conclusion, not always, but it is my job, my role as a judge to be independent, impartial, and to show the integrity, despite the outcome of it being an unpopular decision. As I stated earlier, if you don't like the law, then go talk to the legislature.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I have a quick question for you. So you've been with the City of Phoenix Prosecutor's Office for some time. If you were to be appointed to the court, many of your colleagues now would be appearing before you. How would that work, and how would you handle that?
Well, I wouldn't be the first prosecutor that would be appointed to the court, so we get along, and I hope they would give me an opportunity to show them and demonstrate that I can be fair and impartial. I used to work with a small law firm that represented homeowners associations, and I would basically collect the money. I am very compassionate. In one of the cases where I was there to collect the money, I learned that the homeowner was unable to pay her fees, which is why she ended up in the situation she was. But I listened to everything she had to say, and it was very difficult listening to her because although she appeared clean on the outside, she was not clean because the HOA under Arizona law can pretty much turn your water down to a drip. So drip, drip, drip. And so she could not bathe. And so she really had this odor about her that made it difficult to, one, sit there and listen to her and to concentrate. But it gave me compassion for this woman that she did what she thought was best for her. Do I pay my mortgage or do I pay the HOA? Do I make myself homeless or not? And she explained to me that she had gotten very ill. She'd lost her job. She'd run out of sick leave, vacation time, tapped out all of her family, and just she couldn't anymore. She had eventually gotten a part-time job, but she could not keep up in making both the mortgage payment and the HOA payment. My heart went out to her. As a judge, you are to listen and consider all of the evidence. And that was early on in my practice. So I would listen to all of the evidence presented. And I remember going back to the firm and speaking to one of the managing partners saying, how is this fair? How is this right? Just put a lien on her house and leave her alone. And he told me, you have a duty to do what's in the best interest of your client. So I understood where the firm was coming from, but I understood that that was not for me. Even though up until that point I had been very successful in collecting the funds and making arrangements for people to get caught up, I didn't want any part in making someone homeless.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the board before we conclude?
Yes, I would love to share that I'm an Arizona native. I grew up right here in the heart of Phoenix. I used to walk to Henry Lung's, which was just a little small corner grocery store near my home. I used to ride my bike on the Capitol grounds. I used to go to church across from Harmon Park. I learned to swim at University Park, which is not very far from here. I come from very humble means, socioeconomic background. I speak Spanish. That was my first language. I know what it's like to be bullied for not being able to speak English or be made fun of, ridiculed, called names, passed over. I still keep going. I don't let that stop me. And I feel that I can fairly represent the community, people that look like me, speak like me, grew up like myself. I am very proud to be an employee of the City of Phoenix, as I have spent the last 14 years of my career here. I am very committed, loyal, and passionate in the work that I do, and I will carry over that same passion, commitment, and dedication to the bench. I will treat everyone with fairness, dignity, and respect, impartiality, integrity, and independence. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
Have a great day.
You too.
Our next candidate will be Mr. David Allen. And we are back on time. Good morning, Mr. Allen. How are you?
Well, thank you. How about yourself?
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
So, obviously, congratulations. You've survived the first round. You've been through this before. We have a few questions for you. This is all being done in public session, as you know. We do have the option of going into executive session, although we don't anticipate that happening. So, with that, I'll turn over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Thank you.
Morning. My first question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Thank you. I currently sit as a judge, but in a different capacity. I sit as an administrative law judge for the state of Arizona for the Department of Transportation. So it's a tribunal of limited jurisdiction. In that sense, it's similar. I deal with some traffic issues, transportation law. But I wish to change to serve as a municipal judge because after approximately 15 years of practice as a trial attorney for the government, a public-private attorney, and then a judicial officer sitting briefly for the city of Tempe, 4 years now total for the Department of Transportation, and then also having served as a pro tem for the Superior Court, I believe that my experience and skill set at this point would allow me to better serve my community in a broader sense than I currently do as a judicial officer for the Department of Transportation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Good morning.
Good morning. What is your judicial philosophy?
Very broad question. I'll try to narrow the answer. My judicial
Go
philosophy.
in whatever direction you want.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry, could I just suggest that you pull the mic a little closer?
Okay.
I think some of us are having a hard time hearing.
Do you need me to repeat anything I've already said, or?
No. If it's closer to you, I think it ends up being louder for us.
Okay, sorry. All right. I didn't want it to be too loud. That's why I was pushing it away. And it kind of felt like it was attacking me. It was so close. To answer your question, sir, my judicial philosophy is, to try to put it succinctly, is I don't think that the judge is there to be a third attorney in the room. The judge's position, my philosophy, is to advocate for justice, not necessarily to advocate for any one particular issue or party. My role, and as I exercise or implement my judicial philosophy in my hearings, is to ensure that I am present for all the parties to make sure that they have a fair forum, an open forum where they can present their issues, have their issues heard, most importantly. And I think that is the most important aspect of my judicial philosophy, is that the parties leave there feeling that they've been heard. It's not my job to make sure that they leave happy or that all their issues have been resolved in the manner which they would have liked, because that's not possible. But the only thing that's within my power and that I implement daily in my practice as a judge is to make sure that everyone at least leaves there feeling that their issues were heard, they had a full and fair opportunity, and that they were treated with dignity and respect by me, by the members of my staff, and by the other parties in the courtroom. That's my judicial philosophy, is that the judge is to make sure that everyone has a forum, an appropriate forum to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge, and how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
I don't know if I could quantify it with a number as to what the level of importance I would put it, but it's at the top. It's if you don't have that, then you don't have anything in terms of a judicial system if it's not fair and equitable. I also think the perception of the fairness and equity of a court is important. It's less effective if the court is fair and equitable, but no one believes it to be so because of the manner in which the court officers conduct themselves. So I do think that I would put that, if I had to make a hierarchy, I would put it up there followed by perception. I measure my own success or fairness and equity, and again, as to reference the other question that was asked, I can't make sure that everyone leaves happy. That's beyond my control, but I can make sure that when they've distanced themselves in time and space from some of the charged emotions that they experienced in court, that at least they can look back and say, well, it wasn't my greatest day, but at least I felt that the judge listened to me, that I was able to present my case, that he or she actually cared and considered everything that was said and wasn't dismissive, wasn't condescending, didn't allow others to treat anyone in the courtroom in that way. And that's how I measure my success in that aspect, is do others feel that when they left my courtroom, they at least were heard, that they had a place they could come and know that their cases were going to be handled appropriately.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Good morning, sir.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Court is well known for its innovation. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it currently is not doing, or something that it could do better?
Excuse me, I don't want to give the impression that I'm kissing up to the court, but I will say the court does a fabulous job as it does now. I'm actually very impressed with some of the programs that the City of Phoenix Court has. I won't list them all. I'm sure you're all very familiar with them, and I don't want to sound like I'm just reading off the court's webpage or Wikipedia page. Some of the programs that they have, such as having the MVD office, the suspended driver's license court, I don't want, as a candidate, sit here and make a list of things that I think the court could do better before I've even been offered an opportunity to sit with the court. So I'm not trying to evade your question. I just generally do not, genuinely do not have anything that I could suggest. I say the court could do better other than what it's already done. The court is known and it's earned its reputation for being a fair court. It's a very busy, high-volume court, and I think they put a lot of programs into place to ensure that people can come in and get their cases resolved in an efficient manner, which is also important, I think, is justice and equity, is the swiftness of justice, because that plays into the perception of a court. Someone says, well, we need to go to court. Well, that's not going to happen for another year. That also affects the perception of the court. So I think Phoenix has done a good job to overcome that, especially given the size of the city and the population and the volume that the city deals with.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
I've had extensive experience, unfortunately, having to make the unpopular choice. I think it's, there aren't experiences I would want to repeat, but they're not ones that I would ever wish that I'd never experienced, because it shapes who I am as a judicial officer today. Are you seeking specific examples? I want to make sure I answer your question directly or appropriately.
I'm sorry, say that
Were you
again.
looking for specific examples? I want to make sure I answer.
If you have a specific example that you can give, that would be helpful.
Okay. So it's something that actually goes back to my days as a prosecutor, less so as a judge. As a judge, I find that I have more judicial discretion to issue my rulings, obviously bound by equity and law and the appropriate policies. It was a decision that I had to make early on in my career, and it shaped how I've practiced to this very day. I was, without going fully in detail of the facts of the case, it was a gentleman that was charged with a very serious crime. There was a mistake made just based on perception. In fact, he was the victim of the crime. Police witnessed him defending himself, believing he was the one attacking people. In preparation for the trial, I learned that information. I also learned that he'd been charged with attacking an officer. The officer came forward and explained to me that she was not a victim, that the man had accidentally bumped into her, knocked her into a canal, and stopped to pull her out of the canal. Other officers witnessed that, and they misinterpreted the situation. In prepping for the trial, those gentlemen that had that information, because of their own criminal involvement, indicated that they would plead the fifth, and the jury would never hear that story. I was a junior attorney, and at that time in my career, didn't have the discretion to resolve the case as I would have liked independently. I had to go to my supervisors to get clearance. My supervisors, not speaking ill of their ethics in any way, shape, or form, I believed I was simply dismissed as a junior attorney that was gun-shy and afraid to go to trial. Told me I was told to just do the trial. I knew that if I went to trial and presented the case as it was, that the end result was that that gentleman would be facing double digits minimum sentencing in prison for his crimes, when in fact he was the victim in that case. I went to another senior attorney, and I was told he was testing me, and I appreciated that test. And he said, you need to make a decision. Which is more important to your job or your career or justice. So I had to write a motion to dismiss and my letter of resignation and provide that to my superior, and explained that I needed his signature on one of them at the time. That was the policy for that motion dismiss, and explained that I couldn't go forward with that, and I had to make a very unpopular decision. I was teased by my colleagues that I was too soft, or teased that I was being overly dramatic by writing that letter of resignation. But the end result was I had been given my marching orders to proceed against the case, that I didn't think it was appropriate. And that helped me make the decision then and there in my career as to that from that day forward, I would always make my own decision based on the information, and I would act appropriately because I felt that justice needed to be served, not so I can say, well, I did what I was told. And that's shaped how I practice law to this very day. in terms of making sure that I do that justice, see that justice is done. And there are times, even today, sitting as a judicial officer, I have to make issue rulings. They're not popular. Sometimes they're not decisions that I like, but I have to make sure that I do the right thing, not necessarily what's the popular thing.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Judge Allen? Well, thank you so much. I guess I'll give you an opportunity to tell us anything else you'd like us to know before we conclude.
Well, thank you. That was very quick. Maybe it was my nerves. This could have been going on for an hour, and I wouldn't
You're very
know.
efficient. You're very efficient.
You have my materials. I won't bore you by recapping them, obviously, but I want to thank each of you for this opportunity to sit here and speak with you. Thank you for inviting me. I know that you have a task ahead of you with a very talented and qualified slate of candidates. I will just leave you with this, asking that you consider me for further consideration for this position. I would like to be appointed to this position. I believe that my experience, my personality, my demeanor, the manner in which I present myself, the manner in which I hear cases, I think makes me a qualified candidate. And I look forward to the opportunity to serve my community in this greater capacity as a city judge. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
We are running a little ahead of schedule. Our next interview with Ms. Erica Radke is scheduled to begin at 10:30. It's 10:08. And she has not arrived, so why don't we take maybe a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene, and if she's here, we can bring her in a little early if she'd like. So. Okay, it is 10:25 and we are back in public session conducting our interviews. Our next interview is with Ms. Erica Radke. She will be joining us shortly. While we're waiting for her, this might be a good time to remind everyone who are watching this on television, understand this is being broadcast live, that would prefer that you not share any of these questions that we ask with any of the other applicants who are on the calendar later in the day, out of fairness to all applicants. Of course, you can say whatever you want when the process is over. The same goes for any of the substantive interviews with the people we've talked to this morning. We would prefer you not share any of that with any of the applicants that have yet to be interviewed, again, out of fairness to them. Good morning, Ms. Radke. How are you?
How are you all?
Good. Thank you so much for your interest in becoming a judge on the Phoenix Municipal Court. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. This is all being done in public and it's being televised. No pressure, though, no pressure. We can go and we do have the option to go into executive session to talk with you, but we don't anticipate that would be necessary. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague for the first question.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the typical first question of any interview. What is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Well, as you know, I am currently a judge, but really, I went to law school not to become a lawyer, but actually to become a judge. I've always wanted to be a judge, and it's been a real life goal for me to do so. And this last 6 years at the Industrial Commission, I've learned so much in terms of how to run a courtroom, how to balance a heavy caseload, also with my supervisory duties. And I really would appreciate the opportunity. I'd really be proud to leverage the experience that I have in order to work here at the Phoenix Municipal Court.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Radke. Thank you for your public service. And the question is, what is your judicial philosophy?
Actually, I do have a judicial philosophy. I have a quote from Abraham Lincoln on my wall in my office at the Industrial Commission. I found it. I was reading a book about Lincoln, and I have to paraphrase it. It talks about making sure you listen to all of the evidence, take in the arguments of the attorneys, make sure you strip away any of your personal prejudices, and then it says, think on these things, and then ask yourself, what is justice? And then do that thing. So really for me, my judicial philosophy is what equates justice. And it's important to me that you balance the interests of the parties, you listen to the evidence, you apply the law, and you do so in an impartial and fair manner. Because otherwise, if you don't do it that way, then the community doesn't have the confidence in the judicial system. And if they don't have the confidence in the system, then they can't believe in the system, and then really the rule of law actually just falls apart. So for me, it's to do justice and to make sure I'm acting in a fair and impartial manner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge, and how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
I think that fairness and equity really is the bedrock of your judicial practice. If we're not fair and equitable, you can't really be trusted as a judge to do the right thing. And I know that there had been cases when I was in private practice where we had judges that I did not feel were fair. And those were the ones I absolutely did not respect. And if I had the opportunity to strike those judges, I definitely would have. And I know for me, I make sure, you know, whether you're being fair or not, it's an internal thing. When I'm on the bench, I know that it's important for me to be fair and equitable, and I know inside that that's what I'm doing, that's what I'm striving to do. And in terms of how would you measure that, I guess there are a lot of different ways. Not only is it there your internal governor as a measurement, but there are external governors as well in terms of there's feedback from the parties. There are the chief judge may actually, if you've done something incorrect, pull you aside. And there are also your performance evaluations as well. And I know personally, for me, I've never had the chief judge come tell me that I've done anything improper. I've only heard informally very positive feedback on the way that I'm handling cases, and my performance evaluations have been excellent.
Good morning, Ms. Radke.
Good morning.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Court is known for being innovative. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it's currently not doing, or what it could do better?
You know, I have had the opportunity to be an initiator of a lot of innovations at the Industrial Commission. I spearheaded the electronic filing pilot program. I also ran the JABS pilot program, and these were two programs that not only cut costs for our agency, they also have saved a lot of time. But in particular for the municipal courts, I did actually think about that, and I saw that there's so many programs that the court is already doing in terms of CAP and the defensive driving program, also the specialty courts. And the only thing I could really think of was, because I didn't see it online, and it may be there, but perhaps some kind of alternative dispute resolution program. I'm very involved in ADR. I'm a mediator and an arbitrator, and that would be something I would have a great deal of interest in. And that was the only thing I thought possibly could be something that could be initiated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
On the court now, I mean, we often have to make decisions based on the law and the facts that may not be necessarily popular with the public. Actually, I'm thinking of, there's a very hot topic right now in terms of firefighters and the cancer presumption. And I have not personally had one of those cases, but that is it's a topic where the judges applying the law as it stands now have made decisions that are not necessarily popular with the public. And we instruct the judges that you have to do what you feel is best, being guided by the law and the facts in front of you. As a matter of fact, I had the opportunity to be acting chief judge while the chief judge was off for an extended sick leave, and the director asked me to sit in as a subject matter expert when he was meeting with one of these municipalities about this issue of the cancer and presumption and the firefighters. And I was able to at least offer our perspectives from the judge's perspective in terms of just generally what the law is and how we handle cases at the Industrial Commission. But overall, you are often called upon to make decisions that might not be popular, but even with the ethical rules, you're bound to do what's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Radke, you mentioned earlier in response to one of the questions that when you were in private practice, you felt that some of the judges you appeared before were not fair. I guess I'd like to know a little more about what maybe you can give us a specific example or.
Yeah, it was in Indiana, so it's nobody you guys probably know.
All right, it's not any Arizona.
But it was.
Well, that explains everything. No.
But it was a Social Security disability judge where I really dreaded going in front of this man because it didn't matter what kind of client I had, whether he was old or young, mental disability, physical disability, black or white, whatever it was. By the end of the hearing, it was his goal to have that person crying. And I tried my best to prepare them knowing how he was, but he was an angry judge, he was not fair, and he definitely would run roughshod over applicants. And there was a limited ability to avoid him. So I was actually glad that I moved. I did not encounter judges like that here in Arizona.
Well, that's good to know. Are there any other questions from other board members?
Ma'am, I saw in your application, and you mentioned it during some of the answers to your question about spearheading the transition from court reporters to digital recordings. What were the reasons that you came up with to do that and to carry out that program?
Oh, that's a good question. See if I can be concise. There was the contract with the court reporters, and it wasn't a contract with our agency, it was sort of an umbrella contract with a number of agencies with the court reporters changed. And these court reporters, I guess they didn't read the terms of the contract. It wasn't as good of a deal as they'd had in the past. So their way of acting out was to stop showing up at hearings. And, you know, we're in the business of having hearings. You're there, the parties are there, it's time to put the show on the road. And there were times when we would not have court reporters there, and we knew from the feedback that it was because they were unhappy with the terms. So I told the chief judge, all those years I was at Social Security, we never had a court reporter. We always had digital recording systems. So I said, we should look into it because we can't keep operating like this. So I called my favorite judge at Social Security. He put me in contact with the office manager up here in Phoenix. We went, we had a little field trip. We looked at their recording system. We also looked at a recording system for the Office of Appeals. And then we looked at another system with one of the state courts. We brought them all in, did our demos, and we ended up choosing the one from Social Security, the JAV system. And because of that issue of sporadic attendance, it was primarily in Tucson. But once the word got out and the director found out that there could be a significant money savings, he and the assistant director asked me to draft what is called an A3. It's basically a project plan to show how you came to this decision, what kind of savings, what kind of areas of concern there would be. And I drafted the A3, and I looked at not only just the cost of not having court reporters, but also the cost we saved in not having what equaled a staff person every day processing these receipts from these court reporters and getting them up to accounting. So that savings altogether was really significant. And when the director saw that and they presented it to the commission, it was on from there. And then they decided to move 100% after a pilot program for our now having digital recording system.
You mentioned A3. Can you talk to your experience of working in a continuous improvement environment, lean management, and what some of that experience might bring to the city of Phoenix?
My experience has been actually pretty significant in terms of here in Arizona at the Industrial Commission. We call it Lean Arizona Management System Training, and it is really lean training with an Arizona twist on it. And I and another judge were asked to do training outside of the agency for a year with lean management, and then to take different projects in our agency to see if we could apply lean management to work on continuous improvement. So I actually did handle projects in the labor department, in HR, as well as in our own ALJ division. So I've had a great deal of experience with it. And we've also, the judge and I also did a problem-solving workshop for all of the managers in the Industrial Commission as well.
Are there any other questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're kind of off the hook on this question. It's just personal curiosity. Barb's bags. I haven't heard of that. Could you enlighten me?
Sure. I had a sorority sister. Actually, she was the one that brought us out here to Arizona to visit, and we liked it so much we started coming back every other year. But her name was Barbara Watson Riley. We pledged together at Northwestern University. She was an attorney, and she lost her battle with breast cancer. But before she passed away, she got a gift bag from another sorority sister of ours that had different things like lip gloss, fuzzy socks, a journal, a candle, different things that she found really helpful for chemotherapy. So we decided, in her memory, to go ahead and do Barb's bags together. And it's actually nationwide now where people will get together, generally in January, and put these bags together and give them out free to chemotherapy patients.
Are you still involved with that?
Oh, yeah. She was a dear friend of mine.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Judge Radke, thank you so much for being here. I guess at this point I'd give you an opportunity to tell us anything else you'd like us to know before we conclude.
Well, just one thing. You know, I know everybody will come in and say, oh, I definitely want to work here at the court. I had a strange experience. I actually had jury duty here in January. And I ended up being the foreperson of a shoplifting case. Don't ask me what I said to get on the trial. I don't know. But I managed to get on. And so I got the opportunity to see the court from the back end. And I got a chance to view it not only as a juror and as an attorney, but also as a judge and a manager. And I was so impressed with how I was treated here. It was great. Not even just, I mean, yeah, I enjoyed the case, definitely. But even the staff treated me really well. And I came out of that knowing not only was I certain I wanted to be a municipal court judge, but I wanted to do it here in Phoenix. And I just wanted to let you know that, and I really do appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. Can you see the light beaming from Judge Taylor as listening to that last response? Just the pride, you can feel it. So, well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Our next candidate is Ms. Frankie Jones, and she is scheduled to join us at 11. If she is here, we can bring her in earlier, or we can take another break. Oh, is it? No, you're doing so good. I would not take that away from you. You're hitting it out of the park. So.
I second your motion on that one. I'm happy to stay there.
You've got all that experience.
Is Miss Jones? Oh, okay. Go ahead and bring Miss Jones up if she's ready. While we're waiting, I'll take a point of personal privilege and note that it's what an honor it is to be here in the City Council chambers. Normally we meet in the court conference room, and I remember the first time I was in this chambers was when I was maybe 3 or 4 years old. My mother brought me here for a City Council meeting when I was, as a little toddler, fascinated with those pipes that come out of the ground, that go in probably for SRP. And she was afraid that I was going to fall in like other children, so she was down here petitioning the city council to put grades on top of the pipes. And so I still remember that experience. And we lost Mom recently, but I know she would be very proud to see me sitting up here in the mayor's chair. She'd probably think I was mayor, but I would, and I probably wouldn't disabuse her of that notion, but
Did she get grades put over?
She did get grades.
That's fantastic.
And by the way, her fear was legitimate. I would have fallen in one of those, eventually. So. Good morning, Ms. Jones. How are you?
Good morning. Doing
You
very
again.
well, thank you.
You know the process. We've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. This is all being done in open session, of course, but we do have the option to go into executive session if necessary, although I'm not sure that will be necessary.
Okay.
So with that, I'll turn over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
The question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
As I look back over my career, I spent 21 years as a prosecutor, and I did all types of cases while I was there. I did charging, I did major drug cases, I did regular trial group, and I also supervised our probation violation bureau for 12 years while I was there, and I supervised the attorneys and the staff as well. And in addition to running, the regular probation violation courts, I also supervised our specialty courts, and that was drug court, DUI court, mental health court, Veterans Court, and JTOP. JTOP was the Juvenile Transfer Offender Program. There was juveniles that were still minors, but they were transferred up to be tried as adults. And during that time, I've handled a lot of different cases and seen a lot of different type of felonies and misdemeanors. And prior to that, I also had worked in immigration law and also did deportation defense. So I had a wide range of experience. I've seen a lot of cases come through, knowing how to charge them, what to charge, whether something needed to be returned back to the police department, for more information, or whether to completely turn down a case because it was a violation of, say a Fourth Amendment or Fifth Amendment rights. And just recently, I was able to now represent parents. I'm at the Legal Defender's Office, and I'm representing parents doing dependency cases. And these are representing the parents who are, their children are in DCS custody. And that was something that I was interested in because I'd always been a part of in criminal cases, we would kind of have that tangentially, if you will, because the parents would be charged criminally and they'd also be trying to get their kids back. And so we never really saw what happened in those cases. So now getting to see that side and the perspective, it really gives you a broad perspective of everything. And so all the things that I've done over the past I guess 25 years now of practicing, it's a wide variety, and seeing the different types of people that come in and what types of cases and background, it gives me a wide range, not being focused in just one area, but when you have different areas of focus, it makes you better for the bench, because then you can see things from different perspectives, because everything is not pigeonholed in one thing. It attaches many things. And a lot of times you'll see the same people, they've got the same cases on different calendars. For example, they've got a criminal case, they have a dependency case, they may have a mental health case going at the same time. It's the same person, but they're on different calendars, and you understand how all of those work when you've worked in those different areas, how those processes work together.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Jones.
Hello.
What is your judicial philosophy?
Judicial philosophy is that judges are to interpret the law. The laws in place by the legislator, and you're to interpret what that is. So every day, I mean, you have the statutes on the books, you know what's been passed, but then it's actually to apply that on a daily basis. So you're applying the case law to facts. And you also have to keep up with, laws are ever changing, as we've seen. Things can change, rule changes, laws get amended, and so it's always, you have to be open to to see what the interpretation is, and to keep track of that, and always stay abreast of things and keep current, because it's not always going to be the change. What's law today may be something different tomorrow. So you have to be able to see what the interpretation is, and if it's not something in our current jurisdiction, you may have to look to other jurisdictions, but you're always trying to see what is the correct interpretation of the law.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Oh, fairness and equity is very important at being a judge. Judges are a fabric of the community. They make up the community as a whole. And what people see when they're, especially in part of the criminal justice system or anything in the court system, the judge may be the only person that someone sees. For example, a defendant, a victim, a witness in a case. That judge may be the only time and only contact that they have, say, with the criminal justice system. So, for example, in a municipal court, someone's charged with a crime. That judge may be the only person that they see. So what they see, they will take that as an opinion for the entire bench or the court as a whole. So it's very important that when someone comes into to a judge's courtroom, that they feel like they've had a fair presentation. You know, they want to be heard. I used to always tell my attorneys, cases are not routine. They're routine to us because we're in court every day, but when that is your individual case, that is not a routine matter. You want to be heard. You want to make sure that when you talk to the judge or when you're speaking in front of the judge about your case, that the judge is actually going to hear your case and take heart to it and note to it, and not just treat you as the number on the docket, but this is someone's case and it's important to them. And how I measure that is you keep in line of how every cases are similar. For example, you do have, say, a DUI case, and you treat them similarly. That's the fairness of it, because you don't want to treat someone completely different in one sentence one way, and then you sentence on a completely similar fact pattern or similar facts, and then you give a completely different sentence. And some would say, well, how did I end up getting a lengthy jail term and the other person just got, probation and a little community service? So you want to always make sure that you're in line and make sure that people, understand that. And part of a judge also is to educate along the way, because like I said, people only see judges in a certain light. And a lot of times what we see on TV, that's what they'll just show. You just see judges usually it's something negative. And for the most part, most people, when they come to court, it is something negative that has happened to them. I mean, I don't know many people that come to court because it was a happy occasion, unless it's like National Adoption Day or something. Most of them, it's because, there's a criminal case, their kids are getting taken away, they're getting a divorce, they're getting evicted. There's something that was traumatic or negative in their life, and now they have to come to court. So for them, this is a very personal and important process, and they want to make sure they're treated fairly. So I'd always want to make sure that this person feels like they weren't just a number, they weren't just someone that, the list on the docket, but this is someone that, yes, I want to take time to hear your case, hear what you have to say, have heard all of the facts, heard all of the evidence, and made a decision on it after hearing everything, but not just rushing through it. And you want the person to feel like, you know, the judge heard me. And even if the judge didn't rule in their favor, you know, perhaps, because they're not always going to get what they want, but at least to be able to say, you know what, I felt that I was treated fairly, the judge heard me and took into account everything I had to say, and I was treated fairly.
Good morning.
Good
Ms.
morning.
Taylor. Judge Taylor presides over an innovative municipal court. As you may know from some of your research, that we're very innovative. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it's currently not doing, or something that it might be able to do better?
I think there's always things that we can do better. One thing I know in particular, I've observed the Veterans Court and the Mental Health Court, and I worked with those over at the county. And I like the way those are run and how it's a team approach. That's always been the team approach. And I think that's one thing that's very important in keeping up with that, because a lot of times people have the traditional courts, as you will, you know, we have a trial, we have arraignments, but it's always good to have the specialty courts, and I know sometimes we've expanded more into that, and now they know there's a veterans court, and sometimes you have to look to see if there's even more that we can do, because there needs to be a team approach. It's not always an adversarial, so it's always good to look to see as times change, and I think a lot of times we see that with the youth and with technology. Sometimes you may have to look, well, maybe there's something we need to do to reach out to get the youth, because that's always been an interest to me. I think that's why a lot of my volunteer projects are always involving with teenagers and with children, as we start seeing them getting younger and younger, but getting more into the court system and trying to figure out some ways perhaps to not have them come through on a negative basis, or try to see, well, why are we having so many of our youth coming through? So I'd like to kind of maybe look into that, or try to see if there's some ways to get creative to help with our youth.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, as a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
There was a time actually where when I was supervising Probation Violation Bureau, and we had an incident come up where I was over the specialty courts as well as the probation court, and we had a drug court case that was getting ready to go back to an adversarial position. And the judge in that matter had sent an email to my attorney, but about witnesses for the case, the hearing that was coming up. But what we realized when he forwarded the email to me, because he wasn't sure what to do, I realized the public defender was not emailed on it, and so it was an ex parte communication. And so what I did was I told him, I said, don't respond back, but let's go talk with the public defender and see if he got, an email. Perhaps he got something that we didn't, and then we're going to go see the judge if not. And it turned out he did not get an email. And then at that point, I said, well, we need to go see the judge this afternoon. And we met in chambers. And what I asked her to do was, I said, Judge, I believe you sent us an email, and that's an ex parte communication, and I believe you need to recuse yourself on this case, and it's better to have another judge do that. And she said no. And then for there, it was going to be a notice for cause. And that is very difficult, because any time as an attorney, if you appear in front of judges, and particularly this was a judge, we appeared every week in her courtroom, I knew that's not an easy task. That's not something that you take lightly, first of all, to say you're going to have to notice a judge for cause, but to actually continue, because the hearing wasn't coming up immediately. It was going to be, a few weeks later. We still had to appear in her court, and that can be a difficult situation. So that prepared me for, there are times when things are going to be difficult. You have to make a tough decision, but you have to do what's right, because in that case, I realized, I said, it's the look of impropriety to the defendant. I said, how does that look when you email the prosecutor for witnesses on a case? How is that going to look to the defendant? How does that look like as fair? So that taught me that even though it may not be a a popular, I mean, it was awkward for all of us, my attorneys, until she was removed. But that taught me that you have to do what's right. And doing what's right does not always feel good. You're not always gonna, get a hand clap or a pat on the back, but there are times you just have to say, this is what's right. And if it turns out, there's a repercussion, or if it's just, like I say, it was awkward at the time, it's just, that's what it just has to be. But you have to always do what's right, and you just get prepared for what the repercussions that may have to come in the future.
Any other questions, Ms. Jones? All right, well, no, looks like
I have to do this.
you have to have a question.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
A couple of years ago, I remember you sitting in the same room. Do you remember the question I asked you then?
I'm trying to think back.
What elements in your background or experience do you think are the most significant to becoming a great judge?
The things I think the most of is obviously, competence. So for me, it's being a really good listener and being very patient. And I've done that over the years when I've worked as a bureau chief and reviewing cases because I had to listen to people. And a lot of times and later on when I was bureau chief over the Justice Court Bureau, I dealt with people who were unrepresented by attorneys. And so you have to, you have to listen when people come to court. They want to tell your story. But one of the biggest things, or the ways I think I've really become a good listener, is I'm the mother of two sons. They're adults now. They're 25 and 23. But thinking back over the years when they were teenagers and when they were little boys, dealing with disputes that they would come home with, or with my nieces or nephews, if some kind of argument took place, a family gathering, and having to deal with it and having to listen. And that was the first thing, was before you make any decision, let me hear all sides of it before I, say what should happen, if there should be a punishment or not. So they're saying, he hit me, he poked me, and I say, oh, really, well, what did you do first? What did you say that led to this? Because usually there were some other behaviors that led to the instigation. So I've learned that over the years, is you really have to listen. And I do that even in all of my cases. And now when I'm listening to clients, when they come in and parents are telling me about their cases, a lot of times I just sit and listen of what they have to say, and then I say, okay, well, this is what's going to happen in court today, but I'll give you the law, but they want to tell me their side of the story, and that's what's always important. People want to be heard, and I think that's one of the most important things. A lot of times you spend a lot of time listening to gather all the information, and someone just lets someone tell their side of the story.
Benefit of my colleagues, that's just about the same answer you gave last night. It's a good answer.
How often did you rule for one child over the other in those disputes? I'm just curious.
I'll try not to take that.
All right, are there any other questions for Ms. Jones?
No, I just wanted to state how impressed I am that she has adult children. So.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us or tell us before we conclude?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come back. I don't take that lightly. Anytime it's always a pleasure, and it's an honor to come back. And you read my application, and you've seen a lot of what I do. But, this is who I am. I've been a public service in for many years, almost 25 years. And I don't take that lightly. And I enjoy helping people and serving the public. That's something that I've always enjoyed doing. I don't get tired of it. I won't get tired of it. The same enthusiasm and the integrity, what I do as an attorney, I will bring that same enthusiasm, that same integrity on the bench.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
It is a little bit after 11, and our next applicant is Ms. Nicole Countryman, who is scheduled to interview at 11:30, but I understand she is here and willing to go ahead and move forward. So as soon as Darlene gets back, I'll ask her to bring her up. think what we may do, depending on how long Ms. Countryman's interview goes, is do the due diligence reports on the afternoon applicants before we break for lunch. And that way we can, when we come back, we can go right into our first interview of the afternoon, which is at 1 o'clock with Mr. Dan Carrion. Does that work for everyone?
Question. I just checked my work email and I got an email from someone asking if it was too late to submit letters or a letter for any of the applicants today.
It's probably, because I don't think it's, that it would be very difficult to get that to us. And I think the rules require those to be in by a certain, I'm looking at Barton again, but, maybe what would make sense is she could just tell you her comments, okay. Maybe you can pass those along to us when we get to the discussion at the end of the interviews.
Okay.
So. Good morning, Ms. Countryman. How are you today?
Morning, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning to you all.
Well, congratulations to you. You've made it through the first round. We're all very pleased to meet you. As you probably know, we're going to ask you a few questions. This is all being done in open session, but we do have the option of going into executive session to ask you questions that wouldn't be in public session. So. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the first question. What is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to become a judge?
Well, I have wanted to be a judge for a very long time, and I've worked toward becoming a judge throughout my legal career. I practiced law for about 23 years, and then prior to becoming a full-time commissioner for the city of Chandler last year, I was a pro tem judge in a lot of different courts throughout the valley. I did that for about 6 years. I was a pro tem judge at Surprise City Court, at El Mirage City Court, and at Tempe Municipal Court. And I did that just to get the legal experience, the familiarity of being on the bench. And then I was hired by the city of Chandler in August of last year and became a full-time commissioner. And I absolutely love that position. I've learned so much in the past 7.5 months or so. And it's just all been building up to this next step in my career, to be a full-time judge. As a commissioner, I adjudicate a lot of cases, but they're mostly civil cases. I do a lot of civil traffic hearings, probably about 100 a month, and I adjudicate a lot of civil protective order hearings, which are also civil proceedings. And I fill in for other judges on their criminal dockets. I also handle initial appearances. But I haven't been able to do any jury trials. And one of my passions when I was a defense attorney was I did appeals. And I have a deep passion for the law, the study of the law, constitutional law issues, that type of litigation. And I do miss that. In the role I'm serving now in the city of Chandler, and so this is just the next step for me. It's wonderful to be in a job that you love and that you know that you were made to do, and I've seen that as a pro tem judge. This is what I meant to do, and I became a commissioner again to get the experience for the next step, and this is the next step, and that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Countryman.
Good morning, Judge.
What is your judicial philosophy?
Well, sir, my judicial philosophy, first and foremost, is I'm sworn to administer and uphold the law. I am a protector of the Constitution and people's constitutional rights. Those include the constitutional rights of defendants in criminal matters, as well as the constitutional rights of victims. My judicial philosophy is to treat everyone fairly, equally, with dignity and respect, uphold and administer the law, and reach just results. I think as judges, or I know as judges, we're all here to do justice, do the right thing, reach the right decisions, properly research the law, administer the law, and get it right. When someone leaves my courtroom, it is my hope, it's my goal that they leave with an understanding of what just happened, and that they learn from it. Because in everything we do in life, as I think you'd all agree with me, that we've learned more from our mistakes than our accomplishments. And that's my goal. Every time I see someone, I hear their case, and whether it's a victim or a defendant, that they leave feeling vindicated. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Well, fairness and equity in a judge, that's the primary requirement of being a judge. If you're not fair or equitable, you have no business wearing that robe or being on that bench. Fairness and equity means treating everyone fairly, equally, with dignity and respect, applying the law equally to everyone. Our courtrooms, our courthouses are the one place where everyone walks in to receive equal treatment. And that comes with judges being fair and equitable to everyone. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is. It doesn't matter who your attorney is or if you don't have an attorney. We are there to treat everyone equally, and our courtrooms are a sanctuary of justice. As far as my success, I determine my value, my success in a number of ways. The reaction of defendants that appear in front of me, how they react to if they've been found responsible in a civil traffic matter or if they've been found guilty in a bench trial, their response. And that comes with explaining how you've reached your decision, why you've reached your decision, and where do we go from here. Fairness and equity, I believe, especially in a criminal case, when someone's found guilty, or even if someone's pled guilty, say they've pled guilty to the court, or they've pled guilty by plea agreement, a lot of fairness and equity has to do with how am I going to sentence this person? What consequences does this person need to receive in order to learn from this and move on? One of the reasons why I've always wanted to be a judge in a municipal court is because we hear a lot of matters. There's a lot of volume. There's a lot of interaction face-to-face with the people that come before us. But they're misdemeanors. They're misdemeanors. They're not felonies. So it's usually, if someone's going to be involved in the criminal justice system, that's usually the first place, and we want it to be the last. And so fairness and equity, you want to reach the right sentence. You want to hand out the right sentence that's appropriate for that person, of course, within the compounds of the law. I was a Phoenix public defender prior to becoming a full-time commissioner. I was a Phoenix public defender for 13 years, so I'm very familiar with Phoenix Municipal Court. And I handled a number of cases. I had a full-time contract. I had in-custody clients, I had out-of-custody clients. I had clients that had never been in a courtroom before, and then I had clients that they were the misdemeanor repeat offenders. And so sometimes those people they had to get 6 months in jail because they just weren't getting it. And they do their 6 months and they'd be back again, and it's sad. But so you look at the individual, what they're there before you for, and fairness and equity comes with what you believe the appropriate sentence is to impose, and hope that they learn from it, learn from the experience, and they don't come back. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Courts are very innovative. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it currently is not doing, or what the court might be able to do better?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I was a public defender for the City of Phoenix Municipal Court. Gary Kula entrusted me with that position. I was there for 13 years, up until August of last year. And the first time I ever visited Phoenix Municipal Court, I was in law school. I was fortunate to have a job with a solo practitioner who had a defense contract with Phoenix. And this may reveal how old I am, but when I visited the courthouse, it was on 7th Street in Van Buren. It was that courthouse. And it just amazes me today how much the court has evolved from back then in the 90s. And, you know, now there's specialty courts to address the specific types of individuals, the specific issues they present. There's the mental health court. There's the Veterans Court. Just prior to leaving my position as a public defender there, I was involved with the suspended license court. And the reason why these specialty courts were created under the leadership of Judge Taylor was to address specific issues. And again, the goal is to stop people from having these repeat offenses. So with the driving on suspended license court, and I don't want to speak for Judge Taylor and the people who created that, but it was to address the problem of people continuously getting traffic citations because their license was suspended. They were in a deep hole, a deep rabbit hole, unable to get out. And so that court has leniency toward deadlines. The goal is to help people accomplish getting their driver's license so that they're out of the rabbit hole and they're driving, they can get insurance and whatnot. And so the court has been very innovative in developing those specialty courts to address the needs of the community. Now, what I believe the court should do, and I base this on my experience as a public defender there for the past 13 years prior to becoming commissioner, is I believe the court should also have a specialty court for domestic violence cases. Domestic violence is an issue that is of great importance. And I don't know how many cases are in Phoenix Municipal Court that are domestic violence cases, but I can tell you that at least half of my caseload, while I was a full-time public defender, they were domestic violence cases. And the sad truth about domestic violence cases, I had the best statistics as a defense attorney in my domestic violence caseload because 90% of them at least got dismissed. And they got dismissed because prosecutors were not properly subpoenaing their witnesses to get to court for trial. The state would announce not ready, case dismissed. And that was their strategy as a defense attorney. Let's set it for trial, see if the victim shows up. And so I think with a domestic violence court, and again, the court has to remain neutral, but if we had a domestic violence specialty court, I believe that would perhaps put more pressure on prosecutors to properly subpoena their witnesses to court, and just focus on the issue of what is causing this person to behave in this manner? What type of counseling does that person need? So I think that's an improvement that the court could make, is to perhaps focus on developing some type of domestic violence court. I know there are other courts that do have that. Scottsdale City Court has a domestic violence court, and I believe Gilbert City Court, or Gilbert Municipal Court, has also developed one as well this year. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. So what experiences have you had that have prepared you for these type of decisions?
Sometimes we do have to make unpopular decisions, and our decisions as judges shouldn't be influenced by whether it's going to be received well or not in the public. Again, we're sworn to administer and uphold the law. And sometimes that may mean finding someone not guilty because there's been a violation of his or her constitutional rights, even though the facts, as perhaps the public would see it, clearly shows the person is guilty. But I take my role seriously every time I put my robe on and I take the bench. I'm not there to be popular. I'm there to abide by my sworn duties as a judicial officer. And I think a lot of it, or I know a lot of it, when I am imposing my decisions, if I know they're not going to be received well, either by the defense or by the state, is to explain why I've reached the decision, why I've made this decision, what the law is. I cite the law. I recite the facts, the evidence that's been presented by both sides, and it just comes with the power of explaining. And I have learned to do that very well. And this is the decision. Where do we go from here? Because again, we want to learn from our mistakes and move on. So just to summarize, any decision I make is not for popularity or what is expected as far as what someone wants the result to be. It's what the law requires, and I'm sworn to abide by that. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
What is the frequency of appearances in court that you've had?
As a commissioner, sir?
Indicate your frequencies of appearances in court as a lawyer.
Oh, as a lawyer, absolutely. Well, I don't practice law now. I'm a commissioner. I've been a full-time commissioner since August of last year. However, prior to August of last year, I had a full-time Phoenix Defender contract. And what that entailed was I had to appear in 2 separate divisions. As you may know, Phoenix has pretrials and non-jury trials every other week. And so the week that you're not in pretrials or with non-jury trials, you're doing jury trials. So I was in court I was in court every other week. If I didn't have a jury trial, if I had a jury trial, I was in court every week. So, and there were morning dockets and afternoon dockets. So my one division would be on one day, say on Mondays, and my other division would be on Wednesdays. And that's primarily what I did. I built my career. The best moments of my career were at Phoenix Municipal Court. I really learned and developed as a lawyer there. I also had a strong appellate practice, and everyone has their moment in their career that shines for them, and the moment that shined for me was when I represented someone in Phoenix Municipal Court, and we went to trial. He was not a citizen of the United States. He didn't speak any English, and the police basically, it was during a DUI investigation, basically stole his blood from him. from his arms without asking him for it. And I represented him at the trial level. I lost the suppression hearing at the trial level at Phoenix Municipal Court. And I discussed this case in my application. I appealed it, lost the first appeal, and then I won the special action. Then the state, the Phoenix Prosecutor's Office, they took me up on that. We went to the Supreme Court. I presented my case to the Arizona Supreme Court and won. So that's the case of my career, and it all happened at Phoenix Municipal Court. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one question. Are you still running crazy distances?
Yes, sir. Are you?
Not like you.
I ran 7 miles this morning to get ready for this, so thank you for asking that.
Okay, well, thank you so much for making the time to join us today. That concludes this interview. We'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very nice meeting you all.
It is now 11:24. As I mentioned before, I think it would make sense for us to do the due diligence for the candidates in the afternoon, and then we can break for lunch if that works for everyone. Okay. Yes, Mr. Barton has, with respect to the question about public comment received during the course of the meeting.
Yeah, so I took a look at that, looked at the rules of procedure with regard to Ms. Walton's question about receiving a letter of recommendation, I guess today by email after this meeting had already started or already commenced. The rules of procedure are silent on this point. I guess there's a couple things. One, I guess the letter could be viewed as public comment if it was read into the record. And by way of example, if someone showed up at this moment wanting to give public comment for one of the candidates, I don't think this board would refuse them that opportunity. So the letter could be considered as a public comment if read into the record. Otherwise, we could just consider the letter as a part of the due diligence review anyway. So based on my analysis of the rules, the board could consider it.
Makes sense to everyone? Okay. All right, so we've got 5 candidates that we will interview after lunch. Dan Carrion, Barbara Perez-Gondola, Bob Smith, Alex Navidad, and Patricia George. So why don't was assigned to do due diligence on Mr. Carrion. I can give my report as soon as I find my notes. Okay. So I was able to get in touch with almost all of Mr. Carrion's references, and without exception, they all said wonderful things about him. I heard the same acronyms, or not acronyms, I'm sorry. I heard the same terms used quite frequently, that he's diligent, collaborative, professional. One reference said he was very self-aware. And I spoke, these are judges and lawyers that I spoke with, and members of the public that were very supportive of him. One comment that stuck out was that he, and this is in my conversation with Judge Kerry Hyatt, who was one of his references, that he served on the Arizona Association of Drug Court Professionals. He may still do that, actually. And that he was excellent at bringing the stakeholders together. As he's a longtime public defender, and certainly comes at these issues from a certain perspective, but that did not inhibit his ability to bring everyone together and come to workable solutions. And that was echoed by some of the other folks. He's always above board. He has an excellent demeanor. One person said specifically that his professionalism and demeanor will easily transfer to the bench if he's fortunate to receive this appointment. And then the only other thing, or well, 2 things. One is, I give a lot of weight to what opposing counsel says about these candidates. As a litigator, we're involved in an adversarial profession. Sometimes things can get heated, and it's hard not to take things personally. But when I hear opposing counsel say that the person on the other side was incredibly professional, even though they were a great advocate for their client, I give that a lot of weight, and I heard that from all of the references who served as opposing counsel to him. And then the last thing, and the only negative thing that I could gather from Mr. Carrion's resume and background in interviews is that he went to Brophy High School, and I'm a Central guy, but I will not hold that against him. So. The next due diligence candidate, give me a second here. Ms. Paris, it's Ms. Paris Gondola, and that is Mr. Stebley.
I contacted all of her references. All of her references responded, except for one. Somehow I wound up with more than she gave us. I think 12 people contacted me altogether. I think she listed 9. Absolutely nothing negative, totally positive. Several phone calls. Let me see if I can find that information. People contacted me personally. She never loses sight that she's a minister of justice. And I'm just reading from various ones. Always does her homework. Has a sixth sense to know what's right. Without repeating a lot of these. She understands the needs of community has to be balanced and fair as it relates to ordinance. She has no personal agendas. In summary, she's an awesome candidate.
Okay. Next applicant is Bob Smith, and that due diligence was done by Mr. Riscant.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to move to executive session.
Motion to move into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we will go into executive session. The time is 11:30.
The most common comments was that Mr. Navidad was very giving of his time, his knowledge of the law, and that he would make a fine judge as well. No negative comments on Mr. Navidad as well.
I'm wondering, because I don't think your microphone was on when you gave the report on Mr. Smith. You want to just quickly summarize that again, just in case? It was pretty succinct.
Yeah, the microphone was on. I don't think the system was on, but yes, I'll reiterate Mr. Smith. Again, we reviewed 6 references, and everybody came back saying Mr. Smith had a great demeanor, his knowledge of the court system was excellent, and no negative comments.
And the last candidate that we will receive a due diligence report on is Patricia George, and that is Mr. Stebley.
I think she knocked it out of the park. Every one of her references responded, and again, a few people unsolicited sent me comments. Some of the ones that I was really appreciative was from other judges. Every one of them just got a hold of me right away. Judge Kane, Patricia has been an innovative leader in veterans issues. He was very, very excited about her. Judge Hinsey, this was a good comment, effectively collaborates with the various stakeholders. I like that. Although it's not a negative comment, when I spoke to Judge Songong, she keyed my memory, because we've done this a few times before, both of us. She didn't interview well last time. So I want to caution the board on that. She might not interview well, but on paper she looks awfully good. One thing that I do want to read a letter from one of our adversaries, and probably very revealing, is the fact that as a criminal defense attorney, the fact that he would be willing to pin his name to a letter of recommendation for a prosecutor speaks volumes toward that prosecutor's ability, fairness, and temperament. Aside from that, just a lot of glowing remarks. She checks all the boxes.
Excellent. Well, let me take this opportunity, Craig, to thank you and Carlos and Don for taking on due diligence for 2 applicants. It's a lot of work to make those calls and do that background check. So I thank you for taking that task on.
In the case of my 2, it was a pleasure.
Okay. It is fun talking to folks, but it is very time-consuming as well. Okay, so that concludes our due diligence reports. It's now 11:40. I think the thought was that if Mr. Carrion, if we could contact him, if he would be willing to come at 12:30, we could begin the afternoon a little bit earlier and maybe try to get a little bit ahead of schedule. So with that, you are all free to go to lunch, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. (12:37). We are back from lunch. We are going to continue interviewing candidates. Mr. Dan Carrion was kind enough to come a little early. I believe he's here, so if you'd please get him, we'll proceed with his interview. Good afternoon. How are you, Dan?
I'm doing great.
So we will thank you. Congratulations on making it through the screening process. We're happy to see you here. And as you know, we've got a few questions that we'll ask you. And then this is all done in public session. We do have the ability to go into executive session if necessary, although I'm not sure that will be necessary. So with that, I'll turn over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Good. The first question is, what is it specifically about this point in your career that you want to become a judge?
Well, I've always wanted to become a judge, but in this point in my career, I've been a public defender for 32 years. I love public service. When I started, I was a trial attorney. I did over 70 trials. I enjoyed doing DUI trials in particular. Then I developed a specific specialty unit, DUI unit, to deal with DUIs. And then I became involved with the state bar in writing jury instructions because I noticed the DUI instructions were poor. And I've been with the state bar for 24 years. And then I became a manager, and I became involved in specialty courts and problem-solving courts and high-volume courts, and I like that aspect of it as well. In the last 7 years, I've been an appellate attorney, and I enjoy writing, and so everything that I've had in my career leads to a career as a judge. I think my dedication to public service is, and I can extend that by being a judge in the City of Phoenix. That's why I think at this time it would be appropriate, the next challenge in my career.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Carrion.
Hello.
Thank you for your public service. My question is, what is your judicial philosophy?
My judicial philosophy is to follow the law. That is, follow what the United States Constitution, Arizona Constitution, the statute, make sure it's applied appropriately, and making sure when I have discretion to make sure that the parties are treated fairly. So I guess a strict constructionist, follow the law and make sure it's applied fairly and equitably.
Good afternoon. What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Well, I think every judge should treat matters equitably and fairly, but they also must follow the law. We're guided by the U.S. Constitution, the Arizona Constitution, statutes, and within that parameter, if I'm given discretion, make sure that the parties are treated fairly and equitably. And how is that measured? That's measured with several factors. One is judicial review, what my colleagues think of my performance, that is fellow judges, what fellow attorneys, both prosecutor and defense attorneys, what they think my performance is. And in general, whether the public feels that although there's always going to be, I hate to say the word loser, but if they feel that their matter had been treated fairly and equitably, and they feel satisfied that their point of view was heard, then I think I've served my purpose. I hope I answered both questions.
So the second part of the question is how you would measure your success, if you want to add to that.
Success would be that that whoever appeared before me felt that their day in court was dealt fairly and equitably.
Okay,
Mr. Carrion, in terms of that, the City of Phoenix is known as a court of innovation. Can you identify something at the City of Phoenix that you think that, or you have an idea that could be improved upon, or could be an innovation that you could bring to the court?
Well, I would first go to the Innovation Center and follow their program of looking at what can be improved. And one area that could be improved, I would think they've been very successful with problem-solving courts. That is Veterans Court, Mental Health Court, and I would even include the suspended license program that's been around for 2.5 years. The next area that I would go for improvement would be violence, domestic violence. That's an area that I think has impacted caseload for both the prosecutors and defense attorneys, and there is research, evidence-based research that we can apply to create a pilot program to dealing with domestic violence. That's an area that impacts the community, and if the domestic violence court can reduce violence in the community, that means we're making the community safer, and also addressing the problems of the domestic violence defendant. Hopefully that we will have programs that can treat or at least train them to deal with their behavior and addressing why that behavior is violent and reducing. So that's one area that I would go for, is create a pilot domestic violence court to see if we can address domestic violence in the city of Phoenix and seeing if we can reduce the level of domestic violence that occurs in the city of Phoenix.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
All right, there was a situation in Regional Court Center. That's where in Maricopa County, that's where preliminary hearings were held. And I noticed that in order for a person to enter Rule 11, they had to straight waive, that is, give up their preliminary hearing right. I thought that was unethical. I thought there must have been some case that dealt with this issue, and in fact there was. There was one in 1968 or 69 that specifically said that if you have a person who is incompetent, you proceed with preliminary hearing, so that way the due process rights of the individual is protected, and they go directly to Rule 11. And then once they're restored to their original position, that is in the preliminary hearing stage. That position was very unpopular with everybody in the system because that created delay in their viewpoint. But in my viewpoint, due process is important for the individual. Because what I've noticed is that when an attorney stray-waived a matter with the client being incompetent, their rights were being violated. Once the person was restored, they were upset that they didn't have an opportunity to communicate with their client. So I found the case. I talked to the county attorney's office. I talked to the presiding criminal judge. Both of them were hesitant. However, when I presented the case to them, they changed the procedure, and the procedure was the person proceeds to preliminary hearing and then put into Rule 11. It was an unpopular position, but a position that you have to sometimes go forward because it's the law. You follow what the law says, even if it's unpopular. I think everybody knows I'm hard of hearing. Did I answer? I tend to, is there another part of the question I need to answer?
No, you answered my question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Is there any other questions from Mr. Carrion from any of the board members? Well, is there anything else you'd like to leave us with before we conclude?
Well, I think my background is pretty extensive. Being an attorney for 32 years, and in particular in public defense. I've dealt with all types of clients. I've been fortunate in my office to have many experiences, different experiences. When I became manager, I became interested in serious mental health clients, and I had the privilege of supervising both the civil mental health and the criminal mental health units. So I understood the entire paradigm of mental health and how one action in one court can affect the individual in the other. And that's an area that I see that City of Phoenix is working with, having the mental health court. I love it. I had an opportunity to observe staffing, and I appreciate the fact that City of Phoenix is using the form that we created in Maricopa County, continuity of care, where we collect all the information of the serious mental health client so that the litigants, that is the attorneys representing the serious mental health person, can be dealt with as far as their treatment and connecting them with providers. The other thing is that I like the fact that City of Phoenix has the problem-solving courts and is addressing specific problems and really following through with restorative justice. Personally, I was involved in going to Washington, D.C. to creating the guidelines for DUI court. So I think what I provide is experience in dealing with problem-solving courts, experience in dealing with trial courts, experience in writing memo decisions. So I have the the tools for this court. Also, I had an opportunity to observe 3 of the judges here, and I like how well, I was going to mention their name, but they're fabulous. You've chosen great people. I like how one of the judges, she's fairly new. She was very perceptive in moving the court along, making sure that the calendar works, but also making sure that the individual feels that they count. You know, she developed eye contact with them. I will mention one of the judges, Judge Hensey in the mental health court. He's fantastic in connecting the dots. That is, being able to see what service can go with that individual. And that's what I think I can provide as well. And I've had 20 years of training in mental health. I don't know if I were chosen, if I would be put in mental health court, but that's an area that I find fascinating, and it's a large percentage of the population is affected by serious mental illness. And when we connect the dots, we can maybe break the cycle. And that is something that I think I can provide for the court in the City of Phoenix. I just enjoy learning, and here is an opportunity for me to learn a new area. I like the buddy system that City of Phoenix has. As you have a senior let me change the term, senior judge paired with a junior attorney, you know, the way the chambers are set up, so that if there's an issue that I would be unfamiliar with, I could go to the more senior judge and talk about it, unless, of course, he has a pending case that's similar to mine. But I like that aspect of the collegiality that's behind the court. So I hope that you think I'm worthy of representing the City of Phoenix. I really do enjoy coming before you many times, but because I want to be part of City of Phoenix. And I think I can provide that experience that can enhance and improve the City of Phoenix. I would say the City of Phoenix is a fabulous city, but the court system, but I think I can also help improve it.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Carrion, for making time to be with us today. We really appreciate it, and we'll be in touch.
Okay.
The next applicant is Ms. Barbara Paris-Gondola, and I understand she is here, so if you please bring her in. Doesn't matter if you don't mind doing it, that's fine.
I haven't been there in, what, 40 years?
Good afternoon, Ms. Paris-Gondola. How are you? Good. Have a seat in the hot seat there. We're happy to see you. Congratulations to you on making it through the first round. I'm sure you're familiar with this process. We'll ask you a few questions. This is all done in open session. If We do have the ability to go into executive session if necessary, but I'm not sure that will be necessary. And then when we're conclude at the end, I'll give you an opportunity to tell us anything else you want us to know before we conclude. So,
Sounds good.
With that, I will turn it over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What is it specifically about this point in time in your life, that in your career, that you would like to be a judge?
I would like to be a Phoenix City Court judge because I believe that I could make a difference. How I would do that is I would add to procedural justice. At this point in time, I've worked for the City of Phoenix for 25 years in the prosecutor's office. And the reason I would be able to add to procedural justice, first off, of course, procedural justice is of utmost importance, meaning every person who comes through the courthouse must feel that he or she has been fully heard. So no matter what the outcome is, that person will be better able to accept it, even if it wasn't the outcome that person desired. And that's very important to increasing the public trust and confidence in the judiciary, respect for the judiciary. And I believe I could add to that because of my attributes. And what my attributes are my experience and my personality and demeanor. So for this point in time, again, I have a wealth of experience practicing in this very municipal court. I'm intimately familiar with all the various cases, so right there I have the legal knowledge. But combined with that, I have a good reputation for what my personality and demeanor is and the relationships that I've formed throughout the years. So as a prosecutor, of course, the role is one of being a minister of justice. So I have a duty, and I've done this for 25 years, to provide procedural justice to defendants. So I've interacted with thousands of pro pers and victims through the years, and the whole time I take great satisfaction that I'm there to be dignified. I give them dignity, respect, and I'm always explaining things so that even if they walk in confused, they walk out understanding things better. Although I've been doing that for all these years, I believe that I'm ready. Of course, I have the experience. I'm ready to jump in with both feet, and it would be exciting to be able to do that for the neutral branch of government, where truly you get to help people and make them give them that opportunity to have a fair shake at proceedings as the judiciary being the fair and impartial branch of government. So that's why I've got the practice to connect with people and aim for rehabilitation to defendants and safety for victims in the community. So, and also on another personal note, right now I work in jail court, and it's been wonderful as far as the odd schedule. I work weekends. I know I'm going on a while, but my children are getting to the point. I have a daughter who's about to embark on college and a son who's about to get his driver's license tomorrow. So just, it's a great time to go ahead and not need that flexibility of that schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Ms. Paris-Gondola.
Good afternoon.
First of all, thank you for your public service. And my question is, what is your judicial philosophy?
So my judicial philosophy is, first of all, the role of a judge is to administer justice while protecting individual liberties. Of course, it means a judge has to interpret and apply the law to the facts fairly and impartially. And also keeping in mind that we need to provide access to justice for all. It's a time where we are cognizant of fair justice for all. In municipal court specifically, the goal
is behavior modification, really. This is a huge, of course, our huge volume of misdemeanors. Most people are not recidivists, and so the goal is behavior modification so they won't reoffend. And again, you do that through tailoring sentences and making sure you understand an individual before you, and first try off to seek rehabilitation, because you turn one person's life around, it improves the entire community. Combined with that, I think a very important thing for the judge, being the face that people see as they walk through the courtroom, and again, to contribute to procedural justice, a judge has to have a lot of different attributes. There are so many of them, I certainly won't name them all, but of course you have to be even-tempered, polite. You have to be businesslike and efficient, that's good, but at the same time, always patient and deliberate. Of course, honest, fair, impartial. So that goes into the philosophy, my philosophy of what it takes of the role of a judge.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I get confused. I'm not sure who's asking it sometimes. Oh, okay.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Fairness and equity is of utmost importance. If you don't have that in the judiciary, you don't have that as a judge, you're missing the mark. You're not in the proper branch of government. The judiciary has to be the neutral, level playing field. So I do place utmost importance on that. To ensure, as a judge, that I'm doing that, because again, fairness and impartiality is an essential component, and the most important way you provide that to people is giving them the opportunity to be heard. So to ensure that I would step back and daily, as I do now, did I do good? And do I follow procedures? Do I have procedures in place to ensure that the right to be heard that opportunity is given to everyone who comes into the courtroom? Because you can't protect litigants' substantial rights without affording them the right to be heard. That combined with, again, I'd say, am I tailoring my decisions, especially my sentences, to people fairly, meaning giving them access to justice? Because although we have mandatory sentences, but I would of course impose mandatory sentences under the law, within the confines of the law. But in other ways, I would tailor the decisions, because a $200 fine to somebody at the poverty level is not the same to somebody making $250,000 a year. So I'd constantly gauge what I was doing and see, are people reappearing in my court? Are they reoffending? Did I set them up for failure? Or did I help to create a situation where everyone can, again, improve their lives and turn their lives around? And that makes the whole community better.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Phoenix Municipal Court's somewhat distinguished for their innovative thinking. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do along the lines of innovation? Are there things they aren't doing that they could be doing, or things they could be doing better?
Well, I'll of course preface it saying I absolutely agree that the Phoenix Municipal Court is an efficient court, and I've seen it make great strides over the past 25 years, and it truly has come up with so many innovative solutions, from the CAP program to driving on a suspended license court to the specialty courts. So But I can tell you from my experience that I'm doing right now, and I have for the last 6 years, I am in jail court. And one positive of jail court is we seek to have early case resolution where possible. Of course, we always have to ensure for victim rights and whatnot, everything. But it's always good to strike while the iron's hot, because not just as a cost savings, although it is that. Early case resolution is good for keeping defendants' lives on track. Possible, we're in the business of human beings. We don't ever want anything to snowball. Early case resolution, again, helps at a raw time, an early time, to get the person the rehabilitation they may need if they want to plead, if they can plead, because victim rights have been fulfilled. And early case resolution is better for victim safety. I've thought to myself, that's jail court. That's initial appearance court, of course, in the courtroom in the jail. So I wondered, well, could there be some brainstorming of bringing that to regular arraignments? It would take getting all stakeholders to the table. We'd need defense and the court and the prosecutor's office, but to see, can we be prepared? Can we have the reports ready? Can victim rights be fulfilled? So for the same reason for in custody, perhaps seeing if that would be something for out of custody. And this maybe night court, only because I'm saying anybody else would have to staff it, but again, I do weekends. I love odd schedules. I love high volume courts. I'd staff it. But again, it's making it convenient for defendants and victims who sometimes can't make it to court at certain times. That's one idea to maybe explore. Always making it so it's not getting people off track and their lives aren't snowballing because of what they have to come and handle in court. As it's always important to say, just appear. Don't get a warrant. You don't land in jail it's not a debtor's prison. It's because you don't show up. The court will always work with you. Show up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
You can't work for 25 years and not have a lot of people that aren't always thrilled with your decision making. When you take the role of being a prosecutor seriously, you are a minister of justice, and you're not a rubber stamp to police, for one thing. I'm very familiar with this situation. You're not going to make everybody happy all the time. Sometimes that's the police, and you have to constantly return calls and talk about your charging decision. So I'm familiar with that. But in a more specific way, not quite as general as that, I've handled so many different cases, big cases in the system. And one I can think of is, back in the day, there was a sand and gravel company operating in South Phoenix illegally. They didn't have the permit to operate an asphalt plant in a residential zone. And so it was a big case. We had gone first forward civilly in the environmental court, litigated that, had the citizens heard at that sentencing hearing to talk about the health effects. These were a lot of elderly people who just weren't in a position to be able to move. Went criminally, numerous counts. Then there was the thinking, and it went up to the highest levels, but there was thinking, what can we do to have them shut this down? This is a company that's never gonna stop. And so it was an exploration of potentially piercing the corporate veil, or could we let the principals know that if they keep doing this, the principals of the company, if they keep doing this, could they themselves potentially be criminally liable? There's a lot of split, a lot of people who didn't know. So what I did is I did my research. I really looked into it. found out about differences between acts of commission, omission, I made the determination and I stuck with it. I did my homework and I said, yes, they're operating an asphalt plant. It's not just, but it's different from a dilapidated complex and they're not doing anything. They're actively doing something. Long story short, drafted the letter to the principals and it was effective. So, but it wasn't, but I'm very familiar with unpopular decisions. I'm not afraid of them. And of course, as a judge, you have to be willing to do the right thing at all times, never be swayed by public opinion or anything of the such, so.
I have a question. So, as a longtime Phoenix prosecutor, you would, if you were fortunate enough to get this appointment, many of your colleagues would be appearing before you. How would you handle that?
I would handle it, I would abide by the canon strictly. I would think about whether I thought I had any kind of situation where I needed to recuse myself, which I can't think I would. I would be able to carry out the canons fully. I would have made the transition to being a judge. I would continue to hear cases fairly and fully and make individual determinations if there was anything that, you know, I would, of course, let parties know. I would always be willing to disclose and to parties, but I can't think of how that would impair me. I would just be neutral. I would just hear cases fully and fairly.
Okay. Good answer. Okay.
Kind of softball? No.
Yes. Do any of my colleagues have any other questions for Ms. Perez-Gondola? No? Okay. Was there anything else you'd like to leave us with before we conclude?
I don't know if I ever thanked you. Thank you so much, all of you, for taking the time to interview all of us. Truly, this is just an honor to have the opportunity. And it would be the pinnacle of my career. Again, I've got the experience, but it would be wonderful to take what I've been doing, which is making that connection and improving communities, but taking it at this time in my career where I have so much experience to the judicial branch. It would just be an honor. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. We need a break before we move on to our next. I understand that Mr. Bob Smith is in the vicinity, but he may not be in the building. So actually, this would be a good time for me to acknowledge support staff and counsel, Darlene Young, who's not, unfortunately, is not going to hear all the great things I'm about to say about her, but we couldn't do any of this without her. And she's been amazing at getting us all the information, scheduling these meetings, scheduling these interviews. I'm just singing your praises right now for the public record. So thank you so much, Darlene. And then Barton Fears, our fearless counsel, who is always there to help us. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I just, thank you. Well, he has to, he has to work with us. I mean, he is fearless. So, yes. But I also, not just to thank you both for all your help, but also the record needs to reflect that you were actually here and have been here since the beginning of the meeting. So, is Mr. Smith here? Okay, then we'll wait for him to join us. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Have a seat in the hot seat. It's good to see you again.
You too.
So you've joined us before. You know how this works. We've got a few questions for you. Well, first, congratulations on getting through the first round and joining us again. We've got a few questions for you, and then when we're done, we will ask you if you have anything else you'd like to share with us. This is a public session, so the interview is being broadcast live. It's open to the public. We do have the ability to go into executive session to conduct part of the interview, which may or may not occur. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague to ask you the first question.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to become a judge?
Well, I've been a practicing attorney for a little bit over 25 years, and I have been a practicing attorney in this courthouse, in the Phoenix Municipal Courthouse. I came to the courthouse to work as a prosecutor not long after getting out of law school. I graduated from law school in May of 1994, came here after I passed the bar, got the bar results in October of 94. And at this point in my career, I believe it's a perfect time for a transition or progression to the bench. And why I say that is because as an attorney for 25 years, growing up basically in the City of Phoenix Municipal Court, I've had the opportunity to practice as well as observe. What I mean by that is to observe the different ways that judges, attorneys, members of the court interact with each other and how people treat each other. And what I've always tried to do is treat everybody fairly and with dignity and respect, because each person is coming to with their own life experience. And I see judges that I would like to model, and some that in that particular day, maybe they were having a bad day, but to give people the opportunity to be heard and be treated with respect. And at this point in my career, I feel that I've had many experiences working in all different areas of my office, and I've come into contact with a lot of different individuals and have always experienced and expressed a calm demeanor, courteous and professional, and treated everybody with dignity and respect. And the dignity and respect, how I would actually put that into action is listening to people, communicating effectively, and proceeding with them with that opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Your Honor.
Thank you for your public service. My question is, what is your judicial philosophy?
My judicial philosophy would be to be competent on the law, to be fair, and by being fair, I mean unbiased, to have an open mind, to listen to everybody, and to be objective, to not have any predisposition that everybody needs to have that opportunity to be heard. And the philosophy that I would employ would be to listen carefully to the facts with that open mind, to come to a decision, whether it be that the state has met their burden or not. If the state has met their burden, then proceed to a tailored disposition to that particular case. And I guess going further in my philosophy, I would think that what needs to happen is individuals, if there is a finding of guilt, should be held accountable, but you want to apply the law and to try to ensure compliance with the law, and that hopefully they would not appear in your court again. That would obviously what my goal would be. And along with that, with that compliance with the law, I believe in my philosophy would be to try to have restorative justice, that to tailor a sentence, again, to that individual. If they need counseling, whether it be for alcohol, for domestic violence, obviously that's required by the law. If it's not a domestic violence case, if it's a case of assault that's non-domestic violence, get an anger management. But it's really key to have the open mind, hear the case. If you get to the point of disposition where there's a finding of guilt, there's still a full, fair way to go to hear from the victim, hear from the defendant, everybody involved, and have a tailored disposition to that case.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Esco.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
I would put that of the utmost importance, paramount importance. And why I say that is because when individuals come to court, they need to have confidence in our court, particularly in the entire justice system, but we're talking about the City of Phoenix Municipal Court, have confidence in that court. And if they're not being treated fairly and equitably, they're not going to have the confidence in the court. And how I would do that is treat everybody equally, listen to them, give them a full and fair opportunity to be heard. So each side of the case, prosecutor, defense, victim, witnesses, everybody's going to be heard and treated equally. How I would assess if I'm being fair and equitable is multifaceted. Throughout my career, I practiced self-reflection. I would take a step back and see whether I've stumbled. I mean, I've had days where I realized if mistakes have been made. I would also rely on my court staff, if I was so fortunate to be selected as a judge, that they would hopefully give me feedback. Your Honor, I saw this happen. Also, surveys are done from litigants, the parties on both sides, the jurors, everybody that comes into court has the opportunity to evaluate a particular judge. I would take those wholeheartedly into account. If there is counsel on either side that just says, hey, Your Honor, can we approach the bench, or afterwards during a recess if they notice something, I would want to have that full assessment, and I would do it regularly, take assessment of myself. I know that there is great education through the state, judicial education a couple times a year, that I think that is very worthy to look at and take examples from other judges as well to go through that training. But if you treat everybody with that open mind and equally, you're going to, in the end of the day, be fair and equitable, and that's what my goal would be. But I don't think I can just do it on my own. I need to hear from other people that work and come into my courtroom, or participate in those surveys in any way they can give me feedback.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Welcome
Sedgwick.
back.
Thank you, appreciate it.
The Phoenix Municipal Court has distinguished itself for a lot of its innovations. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do, or that it's not currently doing, to further come up with innovative practices or ideas?
Yes, I appreciate it. Good question. The court currently is doing a great job. Over the years, the court has moved to restorative justice in different phases, different programs with our Veterans Court, with our Behavioral Health Court, Suspended License Court, and I've been fortunate to have been involved in the early stages back years ago. I think it's been about a decade ago with then Assistant Presiding Judge Eric Jeffrey and the defense bar and also the prosecutor and all the court staff, and we needed the help of the police obviously as well. We actually had a mobile warrant clearance project where the court and all the justice partners came together, and it was actually held out, ended up being in the rain. Thankfully we were under tents. They were like military or kind of the FEMA type of tents where we could conduct court there to help individuals if they were individuals that might be homeless or transient, other individuals that had outstanding warrants. Let's see what the justice partners could do coming together to get those warrants resolved. Similar ideas are happening on the civil side with the CAP program. Individuals that have excessive or just civil fines that are preventing them from getting a driver's license, that can lead to other consequences where they would get arrested for driving on a suspended license. And the court has been very advanced in that. As a matter, it's very a point of pride for the city and for the court that the Justice for All, the Supreme Court's task force, and their report mentions the City of Phoenix as a bellwether, basically, and other courts in our state should look to that and do CAP programs. Other states have. In the Driving on a Suspended License Court, I've been fortunate enough to actually appear in, to be involved with. The individuals there are going to other courts to get their fines resolved and get their license restated, utilizing that CAP program. What I think the court could continue to do, and I've actually had meetings on it, is possibly expand into other specialty courts. If there's sufficient case numbers, there would be a need for it for both sides. Get, again, those justice partners together for possibly an opioid court, a domestic violence court, things of that nature. The opioid court has been looked into. Another area where I think the court can continue to be progressive is in the technology area. If the court can go to the perhaps level of having video appearance court, might be a cost savings. I've been involved with efficiency projects with the court and all the justice partners to evaluate whether or not that could happen with video initial appearance court, and perhaps even do additional dockets at the initial appearance court, if that would be cost effective and the ability could happen. So those are some ideas that I have.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
Throughout my time with the office and moving up, that getting promoted, that I've had to make decisions at a leadership level that may not always be popular, where things are changed and that message has to be rolled out to individuals, and I've been on the front line of having to relay those changes, and they're not always popular. We have a large office. I've supervised and managed bureaus of 40 people, and I have my most recent bureau that I've been managing was just under 30 people. And so when a policy is changed at that level, it's impacting everybody, and you're going to hear about it. Another example that actually would go a little bit further and with the community was a situation where there was, within our office and without, there was public pressure, community pressure to file criminal charges on a particular property owner that had been conducting activity that the city wanted to go after criminally. I had to evaluate that, and as a prosecutor, have a duty to not go forward on a case if I don't believe there's probable cause. This particular activity, there was the ability possibly to file civil citations because the burden's lower, preponderance, but for probable cause for a criminal charge, I didn't feel it was there. And by not going forward on that, I suffered the public basically being unhappy within my office. Another attorney stepped in to review the case because I expressed I had an ethical objection that I didn't think I could go forward since I didn't see probable cause. And I had to deal with, again, the community being upset about the activity going on. And I had offered to do other options, perhaps civil, reaching out to the property owner, let's get together and problem solve, but that wasn't allowed to happen. And the irony of it is eventually the other attorney that took it over, it was resolved through civil citations and a resolution, a settlement agreement. So the case never went criminal after I had that objection, my ethical objection, and that was a pretty humble moment within my office and without, because I had a case taken away from me, but I stood strong in my ethics with that.
I have a question for you. As a longtime prosecutor with the City of Phoenix, if you were to receive this appointment, many of your colleagues would be appearing before you, and so how would you handle that situation?
Mr. Chairman, I've thought about that a lot as I've gone through the process, because as you mentioned, it's not my first time being here. It's my fortunate, I've applied 6 times. It's my 3rd time being fortunate to be granted an interview. How I would address it, because I've thought about it and seen colleagues assume the bench and go forward with that, is your relationship and everything has to change, because in my current role as a prosecutor, I have a duty to uphold the law, to be respectful and all that. But as a judge, you have to avoid impropriety or the appearance of impropriety on and off the bench. I view it as a 24/7 obligation. I'm a soccer coach. If I'm out at the soccer field as a coach, that my behavior would reflect on the bench if I'm not treating people out there. I've got to treat the referees, and you can all imagine how difficult that can be at times if you have kids play, you've played, that you have to bite your tongue and be respectful. I've done that. I've never had an issue, never gotten thrown out of a game. I'm responsible for parents, just real quickly, on the other sideline, my parents of the kids on my team, if they get out of hand, I can get a red card, and in soccer, that's being tossed out of the game, the coach can. So I have to maintain my dignity, my civility, as well as my parents. So if I assume the bench, The relationships I have, close friends that are prosecutors and even close friends that are defense attorneys, that has to change. I can't just be going out to lunch, because that could have a reflection. If I go out to lunch, say, with a prosecutor alone or just a defense attorney alone, that can have the appearance of impropriety, like we could be discussing a case. Even though I would never do that, the way that's going to come across to somebody that might be a litigant or another attorney in the court is going to think that, what is Mr. Smith doing hanging out with a prosecutor, hanging out with a longtime friend who's a defense attorney? So what I would have to do, Mr. Chairman, is guard my words and actions, and to basically carry myself to avoid any impropriety or any appearance of impropriety.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up. Can you talk to your leadership role and your involvement with training as a senior attorney at the City of Phoenix? What have you done in that capacity? I think you mentioned a little bit. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yes. Throughout my career, before getting in leadership and getting in leadership, I have worked with other attorneys, new attorneys, or people that come to, say, transition to a different area of our office, from maybe the trial area to charging. They have to now look to see how to evaluate cases from the get-go. And so I would work with those attorneys and also work with attorneys that I supervise who are actively training them. At times, I've been involved with training or supervise the attorneys in my bureau that train. As a bureau chief, we usually have an assistant bureau chief, and that person will normally be the frontline trainer. But before I got elevated, I was only promoted to an upper level of management in 2016. So it's not like in my career I've been out of the courtroom for years. I still go to the court today. I love the court, and so I just want to make sure it's clear, even though I've been working in the prosecutor's office for 25 years, it's not in a leadership capacity. But back to your question, so before I was a leader, I was actively involving people, training people that came to our community prosecution area. When I was a charging attorney, helping train other attorneys on charging. When I was in trial, then I became an assistant bureau chief in 2016 for trial. I would train attorneys on that and what they need to look for when they go to court. And I think one of the most important things that you train individuals on is how to treat other people, to be civil, practice civility in the court, because it's both for attorneys and judges that you have to be civil. Be professional, courteous, and treat people with dignity in your demeanor and how you, both your voice and your speech in court.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith?
Yes, as part of my due diligence, I should have asked my kids, because they're refs. Got out of line at all.
My kids are refs too, so I would hope you'd ask them.
Well, before we conclude, is there anything else you'd like to share with the board?
Yes, I just would like to first of all thank you all for having the trust and faith in me the last time to put me through, and also to grant me an interview, and this time as well. As I said, it's my third time interviewing, and I really appreciate it. It's an honor and privilege to be here. There are many well qualified applicants that are before you today, of the 11 of us. What I would like to leave with you is that I was born and raised in the city of Phoenix. Except for being in law school, I've either lived or worked in Phoenix my entire life. My parents came here, my dad in the 50s, my mom in the 60s, and that I'm committed to the city of Phoenix. I've worked out in the community in my volunteer work, whether it's through church, through clothing pantries, food pantries, citrus picking, anything that I've done over the years, I've tried to model that for my children as well, for them to do it. My parents were people of service, and my mom is a retired nurse. She worked for the county and also the Phoenix Indian Medical Center, and they instilled in me at a young age to be of service. And throughout my career, even before law school, I was in the service industry, busboy, dishwasher, working in retail as a salesperson, but it's always been serving people, and that's what I love. I believe I work well with people, I relate to them, I listen to people, and so what I want to leave you with is that I would be a judge that would practice that kind of demeanor on the bench and off the bench, listen to people, treat them courteously, with dignity and respect, because I think that's what they really need. And a lot of times you're going to be dealing with people. You're not going to have the attorneys in the courtroom to maybe deal with issues. You're going to deal with them on your own, and you have to be courteous and respectful at all time. And I think that that will keep and enhance the confidence in our justice system.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch. 1:36, we are well ahead of schedule. The next applicant to be interviewed is Mr. Alex Navidad. Is he here? Oh, he's here. Okay, well, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll bring Mr. Navidad upstairs. So if you'd please be back at around 1:45, that would be great. It is 1:46, and we are back in public session after our break. The next applicant who is scheduled to be interviewed is Alex Navidad, who will be joining us very shortly.
Big dreams about your dad right there, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Navidad.
Good afternoon.
Come on down. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Well, first, congratulations on making it through the first round. What we'll do today is ask you a few questions. I'm sure you're familiar with this process. This is all done in an open session, and it's being broadcast on television. But we do have the option to go into executive session if any board member feels that that's appropriate, although I'm not anticipating that will happen. So we'll ask you a few questions, and at the conclusion, we'll give you a chance to add anything else you'd like, and then we'll go from there. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague to ask the first question.
Sounds good.
Good afternoon. The first question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Well, I was looking to do something a little different. You know, I've been a defense lawyer about 25 years. It's been a really great time doing that. I think it's in so many different ways. You know, the experience has been really amazing. But I was hoping to do something a little bit different that still had sort of an impact, you know, and a meaning, and that was consistent with the idea or with my career path, where I think that service to the community was very important. I've always thought that that was one of the main things that I pursued throughout my career, and I wanted something consistent with that. And Phoenix, you know, I haven't applied anywhere else, and I didn't really want to apply anywhere else. I thought of applying here mainly because I saw it as a court that was fairly progressive in some of the things that the court is doing in terms of, you know, Veterans Court and some of the other specialty courts, and in sort of finding solutions, you know, to what we do. You know, the things that we do are very similar. You know, we do pleas, we do trials, but at the end of the day, you know, you hope that you can find solutions for some of the issues that people are having. And it seemed like to me, from the courts where I practiced, this was one of the places where I thought that they were forwarding those ideas. And so that's kind of why I'm interested in this position, at least. But it's very consistent. It also, you know, my skill set, I think, is something that would apply fairly easily. I've been a trial lawyer for a long time. I've been teaching trial skills for a long time. And so it just was a very natural sort of idea to apply for a judgeship in Phoenix for me.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Navidad. Thank you for your community service.
question is, what is your judicial philosophy?
Well, I think it would be very similar in terms of, I mean, obviously we have to follow, we have to follow precedent, we have to follow the rules and minimum mandatories and those things, but I think that if you can, as a judge, to try to get to the root of whatever the issue is with the person that's in front of you, that's the best possible thing you can do. So if a person's issue is domestic violence, to try to get to the root of that problem. If the issue is alcohol, I mean, I know that you can't always do that as a judge. You're limited in the things that you can do, but if you can steer a person or even counsel them while you're there into finding a solution to what brought them there, I think that's what I would hope to do as a judge, if I was allowed to do that, and if the rules allowed me to do that, and if I had the tools to do those things. So.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of importance, it's the number one thing. And I think in terms of fairness, you're talking about fairness to all the parties. Obviously, you want to be fair to the defendants, you want to be fair to the state or the city. You want to have that fairness and impartiality with your witnesses and the people that you serve. I would hope that with consistency, I'm not really sure what types of metrics I would use to measure that, but I think much of it might have to do with speaking with my colleagues and speaking about cases and seeing what they might feel about certain sentences or about certain decisions, and probably measure it based on that a little bit, unless I have other metrics, unless I suppose I was writing them down or there's a measure for that. I think that it would probably mostly come from interaction with my colleagues and what they thought about the decisions and the choices that we make while sitting on the bench.
Greg was doing it.
No, he's back in the box.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
The City of Phoenix Municipal Court has a reputation for innovation. Do you have any ideas about what the court could do that it's currently not doing, or that could make innovation better here?
Some of the things that I've often thought about is maybe like a Spanish speaker court. I know that interpreters are running around always trying to figure out where to go. It costs a lot of money. I guess if there was a way to integrate something like that, I think that would be kind of a neat idea. I would hope to help with that. My skill set is sort of in that setting. One of the other things that I've also always thought we could use more of is some help and maybe the domestic violence cases. A lot of the cases get dismissed because the victim doesn't show. And as a defense lawyer, that's great. It's a win for us, but it doesn't really solve the issue of that victim. It doesn't really solve the issue of the offender who could reoffend and could go on to do things that are much worse. I always tell my DV clients, which sometimes include the victim, that it's these types of cases that generally become homicides or become aggravated assaults in Superior Court. And so if you could reach them somehow with some sort of program or something, I think that would be a great service that the city could provide. Even when we know that the witness isn't going to be there or that we know that the case might be dismissed, if there was a way to try to get to that issue, I think that would be an amazing thing to do for everyone involved. So.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
Well, I guess you could say being a defense lawyer, you're not always the most popular person in the room. You know, sometimes you win things you shouldn't, or sometimes you lose cases you shouldn't, or you should. I think that's part of what we do. You know, all of us have a role. I think sometimes prosecutors have to prosecute things that maybe the community doesn't feel they should prosecute, or other folks don't. Defense lawyers, sometimes we defend people that are not very likable. I think that's part of the job for all of us. You know, it's not really about popularity. It's about justice. It's about trying to do, you know, what we're doing here together as a group, which includes all parties. So I don't know that that would be an issue for me, you know, one way or the other. I think that I'm pretty well prepared for that.
Are there any other questions from Mr. Navidad, from any of the board members you'd like to ask? Well, thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to leave us with before we conclude?
Well, I guess you know, I remember in reviewing some of these interviews, you know, sometimes the board members might want to know what sort of sets you apart, right? Why you as opposed to everybody else that's applying, the 10 other candidates or 11 other candidates. All I can tell you is I think that I have a pretty unique life experience, a pretty unique professional experience that I think would bode well for the court. You know, I came to the United States as a 9-year-old after being separated from my mother for a couple of years. We lived in Los Angeles, you know, as brand new immigrants in a brand new country, and we were really fortunate to meet folks that took us in. And I was very fortunate to eventually be able to go to college and go to law school and become a lawyer. You know, it's a very unique story. I could tell you, you know, so much about it, but the adversity of going through that, I think, gives you a unique perspective that's not all that common. You know, it's not just being from another place, but it's the fact that you had to learn a new language and make new friends and get used to something new. There's a lot of strength that comes, I think, in adverse, you know, situations, especially as you're young, and I think that that's a very unique thing. And as far as my professional life, I think that it's very unique in that I've seen so much. You know, you've seen my application. I've probably been to every single court in the state. As a private practitioner, you know, you're in federal court, you're in immigration court, and those are the things that I've focused on. But, you know, you could end up in Safford, or you might be, you know, trying a murder case in Flagstaff. And the richness of that is that you get to see different judges, different lawyers, different prosecutors, different processes, and it opens your eyes to the different ways that people do things, not unlike being an immigrant in a way, you know, and you're always having to get along with different kinds of people and fit into different places. And I think that sort of background prepares you for just about anything. So that's the only thing I can tell you.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. Well, so we're done with your interview, but we'll be in touch. And again, thank you so much for making yourself available today. And
all right. Thank you, folks.
so we have one more interview, and that is with Miss Patricia George. Do we know if she is here? She is here, okay. Does anyone need a break or anything, or should we go ahead and move on? Let's move on. Go ahead and bring Miss George in. Good afternoon, Ms. George. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
It's good to see you. So you're probably familiar with this process. Well, first, congratulations on making it through the first round. We're all very happy to see you and meet you. What we're going to do is ask you a few questions, and then when we're done, I'll turn it over to you to tell us anything else you'd like to leave us with. But with that, I'll turn over the microphone to my colleague to ask the first question.
Good afternoon. My question is, what is it specifically about this point in time in your career that you would like to be a judge?
Right now, there are so many things going on in our court that really are moving us to be the leaders across the state and the nation. And I've worked on programs, at least for the last decade, that have really focused on problem solving, on restorative justice, and main areas that this court really is focused on. Specifically, I work to bring the Veterans Court to the City of Phoenix. I work tirelessly to work with the court and the public defenders and the Veterans Administration and all of our other partners to make sure that came to this court. It turned into bringing this court into being the largest misdemeanor standalone veterans court in the country. And with that specifically, it took us into moving into other programs, taking what we've learned and creating other programs like behavioral health court, focusing on outreach programs for our homeless. And every step that I have taken working in these programs, I've walked right alongside of everyone in this court, from the administrators to the staff to the judges, to look at how we can continue to make this court the leader in the country. And I want to go further. I want to take that into a courtroom. I want to be able to touch more people and bring that same type of thought process into everyday courtroom procedures. Take that same approach of treating individuals that come into the court like human beings, like people, acknowledging them, letting them see that the courtroom, although may be stressful, doesn't have to be scary. They can be held accountable without leaving that courtroom in despair. They can feel that it was fair and equitable and have a positive response when they leave our court.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. George. Good afternoon. Thank you for your public service. I see you worked for the legendary Cecil Patterson, so I give you props for that. My question to you is, what is your judicial philosophy?
So my judicial philosophy is really taking off of what I was just talking about. Everybody needs to be treated fair and equitable. You absolutely must have that as your cornerstone. Along with that has been something that I have used from the very beginning of my career in public service, which is everything has to have a base in justice. Everybody in that courtroom, regardless of where you sit in that courtroom, should be focused on the outcome for justice. And with me, if I were to be on the bench, I would bring that same philosophy with me. Everybody deserves respect. Every single person. Every person has a story when they walk in that door. Every person is experiencing stressors, much like I am right now in this interview. And they need to understand that this is a process that can be fair and equitable, that there are ways to treat people and hold them accountable, with them still understanding that there's a way for them to continue being contributing members of society, and that they can succeed walking out of the courtroom and continue to move on with their life successfully.
Good afternoon. What level of importance would you put on fairness and equity as a judge? And how would you seek to measure your success in being fair and equitable?
Obviously, fairness and equity is the absolute base that every judge must utilize in a courtroom. And I think the way that you measure that is how people respond to you. What is the atmosphere in your courtroom? How do people react when they come in? Do they leave feeling that they were treated fairly? You will also know this simply by your attorneys, your counterparts, your judges that work next to you. Your reputation is everything. And if you treat people fairly and equitably, you're going to have a reputation that people will understand when they come into your courtroom, that that's the way they're going to be treated. That's going to lead to several things. It's going to lead to what we like to look at in all of our restorative justice programs. They're going to look at the system, they're going to participate in whatever program is presented to them, and the people that are in your courtroom are going to come out better off. All of this really, it leads to lower recidivism rates, better results from your cases, you have better conclusions, you have actually cases where people conclude their programs and they succeed, and they're going to leave that courtroom feeling like whether they were found guilty and they had to accept responsibility and they had some consequences, they're going to leave feeling like the system treated them fairly.
Good afternoon. The City of Phoenix Municipal Court prides itself for having a reputation of innovation. Do you have any ideas about what the court should do that it currently isn't doing, or something that it could do better?
There are some areas that we could continue to move forward on. Obviously, with my experience over bringing different problem-solving courts and solutions into our courthouse, I understand how to build these type of programs. I understand the effort that's required on the part of the court and the staff and the other criminal justice partners to bring these programs forward. There's some areas that we could look to continue to innovate, from looking at building a domestic violence court that's very robust, that really helps make sure that people are held accountable while at the same time bringing programs directly into the court. I think when you look at the Veterans Court and the Behavioral Health Court, what we've done where we've brought resources into the courtroom, the success is phenomenal when you can bring those resources to the people. And we have providers already contracted with the city. I've written the RFPs to make sure that those diversionary programs are here. So we have an opportunity where we could bring some of those providers into the courthouse. It would give us a better chance of making sure people connect with those programs fully. If there's an issue, we would know sooner. I think it would alleviate some of the stress on our dockets if we had that opportunity. And I think the success would show. And when you look at what's happening all across the country with the drug courts, veterans courts, domestic violence courts, when you bring resources in, you have more connectivity and you have more success.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As a judge, it is recognized that there will be times when you have to make an unpopular decision or ruling. What experience or experiences has or have prepared you for this?
So many times when you're working in restorative justice programs, you're not just working in a mostly non-adversarial setting, but as a prosecutor, there have been times I've had to say, we simply have to hold this person accountable now. It may not be popular with every person in the team, but you have to make that decision, and it's based on the rights of your victims, the safety of your community, and frankly, if you don't hold people accountable when they are not doing what they are supposed to do, you are not being fair to the other people who are participating in the program and doing what they need to do. And those other people that are succeeding will respect you more when you hold people accountable when they should be. Likewise, I've been on the absolute opposite side, where my office has said, you absolutely must do this. And I've had to push for the unpopular decision of that conviction is not what is going to get us to justice. That's not going to take us where we need to go, and I've had to fight to get us to the decision where we needed to be so that the right thing happened for that person in that courtroom.
So as a longtime prosecutor with the City of Phoenix, if you were to get this appointment, many of your colleagues would be appearing before you. So how would you handle that?
I think it would be fine. There are a couple of people that we would have to set up arrangements because they simply could not appear in front of me. But most of them, I am high enough up that it's not, I don't have that close tie that I might have. It would be the same situation as I would have with other defense attorneys and other judges. We work together, we respect each other. I'm not going to let any relationship deter me from making the right decision. I haven't, even in my current position. And it goes back to that decision of you have to focus on justice. You have to focus on what's fair and equitable. And that's your job as a judge to do that.
Very good answer. So do any of my colleagues have any other questions for you? Here so, at this point, I'll give you the microphone to leave us with any thoughts you'd like.
Sure. You've heard a lot about my experience working in problem-solving courts and bringing restorative justice programs forward. What you don't know is I come from a very culturally rich background. I grew up on a small town, the border of South Texas, picking weeds out of the cotton field with my grandfather. I grew up making my money working in the cotton bale yards, and I knew I had to get to college on my own. So I worked really tirelessly to make sure that I made it to college. Was the first person in my family to succeed at doing that, the only attorney in the extended family to continue that process. And every step of the way, I had mentors and heroes that kept me in line. You know, one being my mom. She taught me I can do absolutely anything I set my mind to as long as you're honest and you keep your integrity and you work hard. And then I had the luxury of working for Judge Patterson. And he absolutely taught me what it was to be an important member of the community, to know how to set examples, and to know that if I want to be a judge, exactly what kind of judge I want to be. And I look forward to an opportunity to move forward.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. That concludes your interview, and we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, so we are now, well, that concludes agenda item 6. So we're going to move on to agenda item 7, which is discussion and consideration of judicial candidates. We can go into executive session at any time if anyone makes the motion to discuss candidates if necessary. So we won't take any vote at this time. This is just the time to discuss the candidates, to offer any thoughts you might have, and then when we're finished with that conversation, then we'll move on to agenda item 8, where we'll begin the process of voting and selecting the nominees. So with that, I will open up the floor to any discussion or comments on the candidates we just met.
So I guess I did that in a little different way. Based upon the interviews and the papers, I kind of sorted people out. And so just in terms of getting the discussion started, I think I can talk about what my grouping is. We don't necessarily have to vote on it at this point, but at least that'll give us a place to start in terms of discussing people, if that's what's important. I looked at a lot of the different things that they had, including the written applications in their oral presentations today, and that's how I think that some of them, from my perspective, kind of rose to the top of that. And I kind of put them in two different groups just because I think we need to send two different groups up to the subcommittee. And I will tell you, normally I am a three-person, my personal view is that we should only send 3 people up per spot, which would be a total of 6. But based upon the quality of the candidates, I actually went more than that. I had basically 8 people, 2 groups of 4. But these are the people that I thought that, from my perspective, were worthy of further consideration by the subcommittee. And so in my first grouping, I had Alex Navidad, Aranka Radke, Mina Mendez, and Barbara Perez-Condola. In my second grouping, I had Bob Smith, Patricia George, Dan Carrion, and Frankie Jones. And, I'm happy to tell you why each individual one, but I also don't want to belabor a point if the group is in agreement with one thing or another thing either. But again, from my perspective, based upon the totality of what I saw, I thought that those 2 groups for each of the spots made sense based upon their performance and what I saw in their applications and interviews.
Well, that probably, it's a good opportunity to discuss how we may do this. We do have a lot of flexibility from what I understand. We could do it as 2 separate lists. That's certainly one way to do it, as you propose, Judge. We could also just send one list up. I don't know if the subcommittee has one preference or another, but the judge, Taylor, you may have a...
So traditionally, what's gone up is one single list. I don't know that I've ever seen it go up as separate groupings of lists. I know that's how it's done at the Superior Court level.
It is.
As names go up to the governor. But here, it's always been simply a single list, regardless of the number of vacancies that they're interviewing for. Again, in no sort of ranked fashion, but just a group of those that the subcommittee feels it could recommend, any of whom would be good judges.
And I think that would be my preference, but again, I'm open to considering that. I guess the concern with sending shorter list is it raises a lot of questions if we're trying to box the subcommittee or council in by putting forth 2 lists where, you're kind of, I don't know how to say it diplomatically, you're limiting the option of the actual decision maker. And, we're an advisory board, and we operate maybe arguably a little differently than the merit selection commissions at the state level. So my inclination would be to send, one list with more names. I mean, having been on both sides of this in different capacities, the receiving decision maker always wants more names than less names, and we had a lot of very qualified people here today. So that's what I would urge the board to consider. The question would be, what number is on that list? Is it? I think 6 is too few, given at least what I saw and heard today. Six is too few. I would, at least 8, maybe even more. But that's the purpose of this conversation. So I guess now, if you, well, I guess maybe why don't we finish that thought? Is there any other board member that would want to make
a process question? So we send X number to the council or to the subcommittee?
They go to the subcommittee. So yes.
Well, if they get 8 names, are they going to say, well, you guys didn't do your job. You had 11, you picked 8. That's hardly doing your job. We want the top 3, 4, whatever number we decide to send. Am I wrong about that? I mean, this is my first time around.
I think you're right. I think for us to do our job, we need to focus on the cream. Just because this guy's kind of good, I don't think we want to throw him in the mix. We got some darn good choices here, and I think we can winnow it down to 6.
That's why that's kind of where I was going with my lists, because I think that each of those lists kind of does narrow it for them per position, because they only have 3 to consider per position. 4 to consider per position versus putting everybody in the big list. And that was kind of my thinking, because I do think we have a duty to narrow that list, not just send everyone up there.
Right.
And there are different theories on that. I can tell you that, for example, in the latest Superior Court, I think they sent everyone but 2 up. So they're doing like 11 or 12 interviews at the governor's office. So sometimes that does happen. There's no mandate to that. But My thinking on that was I was narrowing the list by putting two different groups together in terms of focusing them on that. But I don't think that,
So
trying to think back historically whether we have always sent, I think we have sent separate in the past. It was a long time ago, but usually we only have one opening versus multiple openings.
And does
Can
the
I say
subco-
something, please, as counsel?
Yes, Burton.
I'm looking at the rules which were promulgated a few years ago, so I understand what you're saying, Judge Kananen, but at least now, for what these rules say, for each position, there should be a minimum of 3. So under the rules, you could transmit more than 3 per open vacancy. I understand Mr. Stebley's point. I'm just explaining the rules. It says a minimum of 3 per position. And as far as the issue of 2 lists, it talks about sending a list, singular, under Rule 11. Right here, it talks about sending a list to the Public Safety and
I
Justice.
did look at that, but it is a
Subcommittee.
list per position, just like the 3 is, and that's where I took that from.
Well, actually, it says the names of the applicants recommended listed in alphabetical order shall be delivered. So I take that, my read is, and I'm not arguing with you, my read is it's single list.
So
There are 2 vacancies, is that correct? Yeah. I tend to agree with Luce because respectfully, you know, having worked with city council for a number of years, I want to narrow their ability to make a choice because I do think that they will tend to lose confidence in us if we send extensive lists.
Becomes more political, too.
Yes, and I think I'm just recommending 3, no more than 4.
For the 2 openings?
Yes.
So it's good to have the institutional knowledge because, at least on the state level, well, first of all, we have a partisan constraint under the Constitution. We don't have that here. So that has to go up, like, you know, by a factor. But from what I understand, the governor has instructed everyone that he appoints that he wants more rather than less. But I think that's because he wants to have, you know, greater control over the ultimate. Here, it's different. It's a group of, it's the city council, and so, you know, it's diffused the power anyways, so there's not one person, it's not an executive. So I guess I'm getting to your position and thinking maybe fewer, given the disseminated power of the city council rather than a singular governor, might be more helpful.
So let me just chime in, because I know the current governor and the prior governor always wanted to see more names, and felt that, at least my understanding, I don't want to speak for them, but is in the past when narrow lists were sent, sometimes they were concerned. And I know that the question was raised about the council and not doing our job, but at least on one occasion, we were criticized for leaving a particular applicant or 2 off the list, and putting the council in an.
I remember those. I remember several of them.
Right. So
but council's changed. The makeup of city council is different than it was in those days. I think we just ought to take our job to heart, pick the best there are, and send them forward. Be it 6, be it 7, be it 8. But people are going to set themselves apart as we discuss them. And in our own minds, we've pretty much determined who the top 50% are, which is 5.5, but still, in our own minds, I think we know who the top 6 are, and maybe we ought to start there, and if we want to add more, someone's adamant that someone's fits that level of, you know, they rise to that level, then we add them too.
Remember, we started with 34, and so we brought it.
34 or 36?
I thought it was 36, and so we've already spent a lot of time winnowing that down to these 11. And so
I'm-
we've done our job, we're doing our
Aside from
job.
numbers, I think we need to pick the best.
Well, okay, so for this agenda item, we're supposed to be talking, about the candidates, if there's anything anybody wants to say in support of a particular candidate, or if they have concerns, or, you don't have to, but, this is what we're supposed to be doing. We can move on to the next agenda item and start voting, I suppose. I mean, that would be one way, that's how we did it. The process that the rules instruct us to follow is very similar to the process we followed during the screening meeting. So we'll do, a tentative list with sort of straw votes and see where people land. I mean, because it may just resolve itself by your votes, to be honest with you. So I probably don't need to belabor this, but I guess at this point I would ask you at this time if there's anything you want to say about a particular candidate. If not, we'll go to the next agenda item. So.
Mr. Chair, I do have that letter that was emailed to me. This was sent for the applicant, David Allen, from Michelle Washington. Washington states, Dear Judicial Selection Advisory Board, this communication is in strong support of David Allen for a judge position for the City of Phoenix. I'm an attorney at Snell and Wilmer and the current secretary of the Arizona Black Bar. I have served on the ABB board with David since January of 2019. David is serving as treasurer of the ABB board, and I always look to him as a standard of excellence. He is always fully prepared and professional when delivering his report at each meeting. He fulfills his position with transparency and integrity. He runs even the smallest expense by the membership for approval. He's proactive and consistently provides ideas for improving the management of the organization's money. I believe that these are all qualities that a judge should possess. Additionally, David is a kind, thoughtful person and a delight to be around. I recommend him highly. Michelle Washington.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other thoughts or comments anyone would like to offer on behalf of any candidate? Okay, with that being said, then we will move on to agenda item 8, which is selection of nominees for recommendation to the Phoenix City Council's Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee as final candidates for the office of Judge of the Phoenix Municipal Court. So what we'll do at this point is I'll invite board members to nominate any one of the applicants that we interviewed today to be considered for consideration on the tentative list. The person would need a second in order to be considered for a vote and discussion.
Sure.
And then if at the conclusion of discussion, we'll vote, and if the person, there are numbers here too for 6.
Judge Taylor doesn't
We need
count.
five votes. I can't, that's why I went to law school. So we'll need 5 votes to get on the list, on the tentative list. So why don't we invite nominations, and then we'll have
Well,
that.
with the exception of the 3 that I was not present for, correct?
Sorry.
You said you need a majority of 5, is that correct?
Yes, we need to get on the tentative list. There's 9 of us here, so we'll need 5. Well, wait a second, I'm counting you. There's 8, so, sorry, the chief, Judge Taylor can't vote. He's,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just alluding to the fact that I was not present for 3 for the interview, so.
Yeah, but I don't think that precludes you from voting.
It's not a factor?
No.
Okay.
Not in my, I
All
don't
right.
have any concerns. I mean, that's entirely up to you. I mean, you're welcome to recuse yourself if you think, but that the rules would not otherwise prohibit you from voting, so you may vote.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm the legacy member here, right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, with that, can I have the honor of making the first nomination?
Yes, you may, Mr. Stabley.
Frankie Jones.
Yes,
In my opinion, she checked
Second.
10 out of 10 boxes.
There is a nomination for Ms. Frankie Jones. Did I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Riscone seconded that motion. Any discussion on Ms. Jones? Again, this is the vote to put Ms. Jones on the tentative list. So, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It looks like it's unanimous, so we don't need, do you want to do a roll call? Yeah, I think just to move things along, unless I hear a nay, if I hear a nay, we'll do a roll call. If not, we'll consider it unanimous. So if you are a no, speak up.
It gets harder from here.
So, can I go second?
We have some good candidates.
There's no order here, so anybody that would like.
I will nominate, is that the right nomenclature? Yes. David Allen?
Mr. David Allen has been nominated for the tentative list. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Dawn seconded that. So any discussion on Mr. Allen?
So, yeah, I guess I would say something. During his interview, one question that he did not answer, did not have an answer for, was the innovation question. Indicated that he thought everything was great at the city and you were doing a great job, but he didn't come up with anything that said that this is what I could envision as a program for the city that is going to improve the city. And for me, that's kind of a big deal, because I want to see a candidate that's going to bring something to the bench other than just being a judge. You have so many outstanding candidates that you want to see them to have that innovative thought to continue Phoenix's path of innovation and to be one of the leading courts. And so it's not so much what he said, he just didn't say it all. And that was my problem with that issue.
And so I can speak to that just because I did his due diligence, and more than one, maybe just two, but more than one person said that he would be the one in the room to say, is there a better way? And so he went to the administrative courts, and he was, suggesting ideas, and that's something that was volunteered during the call. And so that's actually one of the reasons that I was impressed by him. Now, I don't listen, people. I have oral argument frequently, and people don't always have their best moment or best answer, and I don't tend to define them in that moment necessarily. I'll look at their life product and what others have said about them. So you're right, he did dodge the question. I thought he did it out of respect.
I don't think he dodged the question. I think he just didn't answer the question.
Well, he said,
for me, there's a difference in there.
He said, who am I to suggest before taking this esteemed bench? At least that's what I thought he said. And so, I thought he was trying to be respectful. But listen, I was just impressed by him.
If I can speak to that, and I thought the same thing, except I kind of admire him for this, and I give him points for this. He qualified that by saying, I have no experience in the city court. He's never worked the city court. So he would not have firsthand knowledge to answer that question, whereas many of the other candidates have been working in that court, some for 20 years.
So for me, that kind of goes to the issue of how good is your answer versus if you have an answer. Because even if he doesn't have that knowledge, I would think that it is incumbent upon him to do a little research about the place where he's applying for a job.
Good point.
And know things about it and be able to answer that question. Because you did see differences in the answers. Some of them had really good answers. Some of them had kind of like, add to everything else. But that just struck me. And I can only tell you what I heard here. And you're right that under the stress of an interview, sometimes that happens. But that struck me because he was the only candidate that I heard that from. Everyone else had.
And I bet you there's got to be some, what would we call it, due process bias, right? Any one of us who conducted due process or think that we were assigned, And so let me concede that. But I was just, I was very impressed. Again, as I always say, public service, it means a great deal to me. And he is just so active in the community, speaking to the AIDS charity. They were saying that he's one of the 2 or 3 very best volunteers they have. But again, I concede that there are a lot of qualified candidates. I just put his name out there.
I can certainly understand your concern about him not answering the question or not answering the question the way you would have liked to have seen him answer the question. I, too, tend to think that that's in a stressful situation such as this and not being sure of what's going to be asked of you, yes, it can be difficult and stressful to come up with a great answer for every question. Other than that question, I think overall his answers were appropriate. He did very well. He brings a lot to the table. He has a lot of experience. He has definitely the temperament in the community. He has, and I think I disclosed that I know Mr. Allen during my time with the Arizona Black Bar. I have found him also in conjunction with the comments that were made about him with his due diligence check, to be a very competent and professional and just a generally nice person overall. Not to mention the fact that he brings a certain diversity to the table that no other candidate has. So I'm in favor of his application, and I'm ready to vote.
I have some comments as well, Mr. Chairman. Just reviewing my notes, I did annotate that, well, he did answer the question maybe on the innovation piece, not as well as I would have liked. However, I would say that his answer to the question on fairness and equity in terms of being a judge was one of the best answers in terms of being able to highlight that there is a perception that judges are at times not fair and equitable. And there were only a couple people that hit on that. And so while he was maybe a little light in that innovation question, I would give him high marks on the question that he answered in terms of fairness and equity.
Okay, is there any other comments on Mr. Allen? Why don't we vote? All in favor of putting Mr. Allen on the tentative list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, can we do a roll call?
Nay.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Vote of 5 ayes and 3 nays. By a vote of 5 ayes to 3 nays, Mr. Allen will be put on the tentative list. Someone else like to make a nomination?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate Ms. Radke.
The nomination. I'll second that. There's been a nomination for Ms. Erica Radke in a second.
I'll third.
No. Any discussion on?
Well, I'll start with the discussion. I felt that Ms. Radke had the best performance here today, and she answered all the questions extremely well.
You know, I think she started slow, but she finished strong. And her answers to the end of those questions were very well put together and concise and informative. And so I think she really, I just didn't like the beginning, but the end, she ended so strong. And I think that based upon her application and the comments, she's a strong candidate.
I'll echo those thoughts. I thought she did an outstanding job, very impressive. And she had that judicial demeanor about her. That,
I could picture her in engagement, and she was. Some people just have that, and she has that.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments on Ms. Radke? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That is, vote is unanimous to add Ms. Radke to the tentative list.
Should I go next?
Next.
I would like to submit, or what is it? Nominate Alex Navidad.
I'll second that.
Okay, there has been a nomination for Alex Navidad, which is seconded by Judge Kinanen. Discussion on Mr. Navidad.
He has some of that demeanor that we're talking about, I believe. I also like that his background was so different from anybody else because that brings him a different point of view in life. And he knew, he felt very comfortable in his skin.
I agree with that. I thought he did a great job. Very humble and very grounded, and someone I think who would bring a great perspective to the bench.
He's appeared in front of me on a number of occasions, and to put it lightly, we have disagreed on a number of topics. But he's always done so in a respectful fashion and in a way that promoted the interest of his client. And, that's really, as a judicial officer, that's what you want. You put your position out there, you let them, then the judge makes the decision. If you don't like it, you go appeal it. That's okay. But he's done that in such a way where even though we didn't see eye to eye, I would have confidence in something like him and his ability to be able to administer justice from the bench.
Fabulous. That's high praise.
It is.
High praise indeed. Any other thoughts on Mr. Navidad?
I think he would be a great candidate also. I found his demeanor and presence to be calming and approachable, which I think is important for members of the public to see. I also liked his answer about the fair and equitable, I think that was the fair and equitable question, or maybe it was my question. But he says it's not about being popular, but this is about justice. So I think that was a very significant statement, and I appreciated that very much.
All right, are we ready to call the question on Mr. Navidad? All in favor of placing Alex Navidad on the tentative list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, let's do a quick roll call just to make sure.
Aye.
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 No.
Okay, by a vote of 6-2, Mr. Navidad will be placed on the tentative list. Are there any other nominations?
Patricia George? Sorry.
You beat me to it. Go ahead.
Second.
Don, you want to?
Ms. George was an impressive candidate. Her answers were on target. I liked her answer about not letting her relationships deter her from her doing her job as a judge. She had good ideas as far as innovations for the court. I think she would make an excellent judicial officer.
But she's been here before.
So I heard, did you nominate Ms. George? Did you?
Yes.
Okay, so there was
I
there,
seconded.
and there was a second. Okay, Mr. Stebley seconded.
I would like to add something, because I vetted her. When she arrives in that courtroom or that building, she's moving. She'll hit the ground running. Because she knows just about every aspect. Don, or Judge Taylor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but she knows her way around the court. I'm not so sure that's true with all the candidates, but in particular, I think Patricia George is what we want. Face it, the city prosecutor's office is kind of our farm team. So I'm glad to see the nomination. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments on Ms. George?
Well, anyone that might have, say, clerked or been under the tutelage of, say, Thurgood Marshall, would bode very well. And so Cecil Patterson is like that.
Yeah.
Yes,
She did it the hard way. I don't know if I would put on an application having worked at the House of Fabrics. But she did it the hard way, and there's a lot to be said for that.
Learn a lot.
Definitely earned it.
All right, well, why don't we call the question on Patricia George? So all in favor of putting Patricia George on the tentative list, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That is unanimous.
Yes. I would like to nominate Mina Mendez.
I'll second.
Mina Mendez has been nominated and seconded. Any discussion on Ms. Mendez?
I did the research on her. She walks on water as far as everybody on her list. They just think she's the nicest person, the most caring person, knows her job, does her job. And I'd never met her before, but she had quite a following.
What I liked about, I mean, and I don't recall ever meeting or seeing her here.
I think this was her first time applying.
I like the way she her mentoring, the fact that she cares enough to mentor others, and she'd be a teacher, I think. Anyway, I like her.
Other thoughts or comments on Ms. Mendez?
Luce had, through, and forgive me for being so personal, but Luce in her leadership, at VIA had developed the Hispanic leadership, group. Institute. And this mentoring program has lasted for a number of years that Ms. Mendez started, and that's a compliment to a good program and her foresight.
Innovation.
Any other comments on Ms. Mendez? I'd echo those as well. No, have known her as long as I've known her, she's always been like that. She's always been very involved, very active, and so it doesn't surprise me that she's been so successful.
Mentoring is very important in communities like ours because they don't have their parents or grandparents to look up to and say, oh, well, my father was this or my mother was that. And so I think that taking mentoring is an important component of one's development and of the next generation's development.
Well, something that you don't often look at is when she's out in the community, whatever it is, whatever organization, church, whatever, she's going to be a good ambassador for this court. And I kind of like that. That speaks to the court itself.
It's sort of irrelevant to this job, but the fact that she quit her job for a while to take care of her daughter, I think is really remarkable. When you're a lawyer, I think that's a hard decision to make. Not just a lawyer, but in her case, a lawyer.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments on Ms. Mendez?
I would just say a great caregiver of the family is going to be a great caregiver for the residents of the city of Phoenix.
Good point.
Well said. That's a good way to conclude the comments. So, all right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of putting Mina Mendez on the tentative list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Vote is unanimous.
I will move Barbara Paris-Gondola to the list.
Motion has been made to add Barbara Paris-Gondola to the list, which was seconded by, was that Judge Weinswag? A discussion on Ms. Paris-Gondola.
I guess I should have prefaced that with Craig's comment about the farm team, but yeah.
I thought she was eloquent, thoughtful, responsive, and she like she having trouble sitting still. She wanted to work, and that's on work ethic. So found her impressive.
Her first answer was probably one of the longest answers we had. It was a longie. But her last answer, I think, was probably one of the best last answers to your question when she summed up why she wanted to be here. To me, that spoke a lot about her and her ability to kind of get the situation under control, because the first question, you almost wanted to raise your hand and say, time out. You're rattling on. But I think that by the end of the interview, that really, to me, that spoke to me about who she is as a person and what she could bring to the bench.
Any other thoughts or comments on Ms. Paris-Gondola? Carlos?
back to our list.
I have a couple thoughts, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I felt the first question was a little answer the first question was a little unfocused. I was trying to get my arms around the answer. The measurement was a little bit, response was a little light. Her experience, 25 years, city court, of course, as Mr. Stebley puts, would help her around the courtroom. But I did think that we were a little unfocused at the beginning.
I totally agree with that, because there was a lot in there. It just kept on running to different areas.
I could sense she was nervous, because I noticed the same thing. I thought, well, you know, there's a little rambling going on here. But, you know, it's her first shot. And I'd be nervous.
This is the first time we have, that I've interviewed her.
She's a newbie.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess the reason I bring up those comments is I felt that some of the remaining candidates had a stronger interview, so I don't know if now's the time to bring up, you know, how many we're going to nominate. I guess that's why I'm bringing up. It was an okay interview, but I thought others had better.
We can see where the list goes.
Yeah, and we, remember, it's just tentative. It's a tentative list, so we can take people off. So when we're done, if we think we have too many, then we can start discussing who we may want to remove from the list. So, is there any other discussion on Ms. Paris-Gondola? All those in favor of adding Ms. Barbara Paris-Gondola to the tentative list, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay, roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay. By a vote of 5-3, Ms. Paris-Gondola will be added to the tentative list. Time for more nominations? Any other nominations?
I'll nominate Nicole Countryman.
And a nomination for Nicole Countryman. Is there a second? I'll second. And a nomination and a second to add Ms. Nicole Countryman to the list. Time for discussion. Thoughts or comments on Ms. Countryman?
I thought that her answers that she gave were appropriate. I thought they were thoughtful answers. I really liked her answer on fairness and equity, how she believes fairness and equity comes from imposing a sentence where the defendant learns from their experience. And I think that that goes a long way towards reducing recidivism, which is a big deal for me with criminal justice reform. So that was something that was that stood out for me. I also liked, and I think some of the other candidates said the same thing about having a domestic violence court and forcing prosecutors to be prepared in bringing these cases forward. So I thought that she, like I said, she was thoughtful. She has the experience as a judicial officer, and I think that she would be able to make a smooth transition and hit the ground running. So that's why I have nominated her.
Your thoughts, comments on this, Countryman?
One of the things, and I mentioned this in probably maybe her first meeting, she didn't answer question 8, and I asked her here. To me, that goes, that is she thorough? Don't answer all the questions on an application. It takes into question, okay, if she's going to miss things, I don't know if that's good or not. Could be just an inadvertent error. And Judge Cunanan, you did the vetting. Were you the one who mentioned something about her interaction with others was sometimes...
So there were a few people that had concerns about her ability to interact with pro per defendants. as I said, I looked for a specific example of that, because usually I like to be able to gauge that for myself. And it was more of a general feeling by them seeing her in court. I didn't get that sense from her current employer, which is the city of Chandler. They had high things to say about her. But there was that concern regarding Ms. Countryman that was voiced to me through who I spoke with about her in the due diligence. For me, I think she's a qualified candidate. She's done that job somewhat. I just think we have, in terms of that, we may have some better candidates. And then we really get down to numbers, where we are in numbers.
How long has she been on the commissioner in the city of Chandler?
So it's probably like 7 or 8 months. She, one of the people who recommended her took over that job, and then he hired her as a commissioner over there. I want to say August or July of last year, somewhere. He's been doing, I think, their civil arraignment court or something similar as a civil hearing officer kind of stuff. Those 3 judges who appear over there did sing her praises. It was more of the general body of professionals and other attorneys.
Mr. Chairman, I have some comments. Please. Reviewing my notes, I felt that she eventually answered the questions, but I would agree with Mr. Stebley on the fact that sometimes it felt like the questions weren't fully answered. And I didn't know how long she had been a pro tem judge or on the commission, but I thought that somebody that would have that experience would have a better handle on some of the questions.
She had pro tem longer than that, because she lists on her application multiple pro tems out in several different cities, but I think as a full-time judicial officer, it's been since last July or August. I just don't remember the exact date, but it was 7 or 8 months.
Are there any?
Ramble a bit. I don't know if anybody else picked that up.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on Ms. Countryman? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor of adding Nicole Countryman to the tentative list say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Do a roll call. I think we better do roll call just so the record is clear.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay, but I just want to add a bit of a caveat for people viewing. All of these candidates are outstanding candidates because they've made it through the vetting process. And my no vote does not necessarily, well, I don't want it to be taken personal. All I want folks to know is that I feel that there are more qualified candidates, but I vote no.
Nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
By a vote of 2 aye and 6 nays, Countryman will not be added to the tentative list.
Chairman, can we?
There's six.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can we get a recap on the slate? I've kind of lost track here.
So I've got, on my list, I've got 7. We have voted to add 7 candidates to the tentative list. That's Frankie Jones, David Allen, Erica Radke, Alex Navidad, Patricia George, Mina Mendez, and Barbara Paris-Gondola. And by looking at my list here, and I think this is right. I think there are 3 candidates that we interviewed that have not been nominated.
So I'll move Carlos.
Bob Smith was nominated?
There's 3 that we interviewed that no one has nominated yet.
He did not make the, he has not been nominated.
I'll move Carlos Daniel Carrion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's been a motion by Judge Weinswag to nominate Dan Carrion, and that was seconded by Judge Kunanitz.
So, just
Mr. Carrion seemed very knowledgeable and invested in this court. And I don't know how many years he spent of his life here, but I guess since 1987. So what is that? 7, 20, 30, yeah, over 30 years to this great city. And he seems like he's very passionate, not necessarily about the city as much as the court. I mean, I saw he got excited when he talked about these innovative pivots and veterans and Rule 11. I loved what he said about mental health. That is such an underserved population. And so, let's aim forward.
Having done due diligence on him, I would, add as just a career public defender. I mean, I think that perspective could be helpful, valuable on the bench. And he's also, like I said from my report, someone who's very collegial, professional, very collaborative, and I don't, know him very well, so I was very impressed by what people had to say about everything he had to do with the drug court professional organization and everything else. So I think he certainly had what I believe to be the attributes of a very good judge. So.
Something that he brings to the table that not all of the candidates have is that he has because he's been here so long and he's been involved in so many courts, he has a great base of relationships, especially when you talk about the advent of the specialty courts and being able to reach out into these communities. Just because he's been involved in so many of these progresses, he knows who at the Superior Court to deal with, he knows at AOC who to deal with, and he knows at the community partners to deal with because he's been involved in all those things. And that is, I know that's his passion, but in terms of applicability to the court and bringing some of those to fruition, that is something that can't be undersold because you already have those established relationships. It makes every program you put in that much easier because you have someone to talk to, you have someone who has a base of knowledge, and you have someone that can really move the program forward at a much quicker pace than you would if you had to start from ground zero on that.
Thank you, Judge. Is there any other thoughts or comments on Mr. Carrion? Not, I will call the question. All those in favor of adding Dan Carrion to the tentative list say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Let's do a roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Yes.
6-2. By a vote of 6-2, Mr. Carrion will be added to the tentative list. That brings us to 8 candidates on that list. There are 2 candidates that we interviewed that have neither of which has been nominated yet.
I'll nominate, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bob Smith.
There's been a nomination for Bob Smith. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Smith has been nominated and seconded. Nomination by Mr.
Apparently not, no.
By Carlos, seconded by Judge Weinsweight. Any discussion on Mr. Smith?
I'll start the discussion. I thought he had an outstanding interview. He was able to answer all the questions. You can tell that he's been in the City of Phoenix Court for 25 years, and he has the training and leadership, to some degree, the leadership experience to, as we discuss others, or on others, to hit the ground running. And quite frankly, his interview was extremely solid.
Thoughts on Mr. Smith?
It's hard to make an assessment on something like, credibility, but his presence, it felt like this is somebody who cared.
I guess he's been on the other end of the caption for Mr. Carrion for several decades, but both have served their the public well. And so I was impressed by him. Just seemed very knowledgeable and could talk about a lot of different areas of the court, whether it's veterans or these specialty courts.
Thoughts or comments on Mr. Smith?
I'm glad he was nominated.
Say
We
that again.
nominated him last time. We had him on our short list.
Yes, last time he was sent to the subcommittee.
I think he's certainly deserving of another opportunity here.
Unless there's any other comments, I've made my feelings known about Mr. Smith many times before this board, so I won't belabor that, but I just note again that this gentleman has devoted his entire professional career to the City of Phoenix Prosecutor's Office and has done an outstanding job in every respect, and I think that was absolutely reflected in his interview. We had several candidates that have experience with the city, but I don't think anyone had the experience that could match his and the level of in-depth knowledge and expertise, and I think he absolutely showed that this is what he wants to do, and he would do an outstanding job if he had the privilege of being appointed. Is there any other thoughts or comments on Mr. Smith?
I liked his response about his colleagues, that question that was asked, because he said, well, it's going to change. And I can't be going out to dinner with so-and-so or those sorts of things. I think that's a very good knowledge of ethics.
And that's I asked that question, that's a tough transition for, a lot of lawyers when they go to the bench, because a lot of them have developed these relationships, these personal relationships.
For years.
Right, and so, it certainly can be done, and almost all judges are able to do it, but it's a fair question to ask folks, how are you going to handle that when the lawyer that was sitting down the hall from you is now appearing before you? So I thought they all answered that question really well.
They did, but I liked his a lot.
Are there any other thoughts or comments on Bob Smith? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor of adding Bob Smith to the tentative list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
So you realize that's my list except one.
So there's one candidate that was interviewed that no one has nominated, and that is Ms. Gomez. So I'm not trying to pressure anyone, but unless there's a nomination or a second, she will not be put on the tentative list, and we can move forward.
We don't have to put them all.
No, we do not, so just wanted to make sure.
No participation trophies awarded.
Okay, so by my count, we have 9 people, nine applicants who are on the tentative list for the 2 positions. So now the question would be, do we want to try to narrow that list down, or do we want to send that list up in its entirety? So.
Mr. Chair, may I say something? I do think we need to narrow that list down, but I think moving forward, I would like for us to keep in mind, my position here is as representative of the Maricopa County Bar Association. And one of the letters that I received in general for the candidates was to keep in mind that of diversity and reflecting the community at large. So as we move forward in narrowing down this list, I would hope that we would all keep that in mind, just that we need to consider that as a significant factor.
Let me offer a thought. Just again, we've all voted. We all know where we stand. There were 2 candidates that only received 5 votes. So I suppose that maybe the place to start would be to discuss those candidates, and if there's a desire to remove one of those candidates from the list or to keep them on, that strikes me as the proper way to,
That makes sense.
and, all right, so that,
I'd like to concur with what Don said. All things being equal, I would tip the scale toward the diversity question, if there is a question. I don't remember who the two candidates are.
okay, so, well, let me, because in case you weren't taking notes, so David Allen had received 5 votes. Mr. Navidad received 6, and Ms. Perez-Gondola received 5.
Mr. Carrion, isn't he 6?
Mr. Carrion received 6. I'm sorry, yes, thank you.
So who are the two that received 5?
The 2 that received 5 votes were David Allen and Barbara Perez-Gondola.
Mr. Chair, considering there are 5 people that had a unanimous vote, wouldn't they be at the top of the list?
I think I would agree with that. So,
Who were the 5?
are you, the 5 that received unanimous votes were Frankie Jones, Erica Radke, Patricia George, Mina Mendez, and Bob Smith.
And I would also think that would meet the recommendation of our colleague for diversity as well.
Well, some of them certainly would.
Or 4 of the 5 are diverse
Well,
candidates.
why don't we could do this, maybe to simplify things, we could, if I would entertain a nomination to add those 5 names to the permanent list, but I don't want that to be the final list, because I think we need 6,
Well,
at least 6, so.
Yeah, if they're unanimous, I think we take them off the table and just put them there.
Barton, you look like you may have a concern. Do you have any problem with us just to winnow the list a little bit, make things simpler? Would you rather us vote with on one list and we can continue the discussion?
No, I have no problem with that.
Okay. So is there a motion to add Frankie Jones, Erica Radke, Patricia George, Mina Mendez, and Bob Smith to the final list?
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have 5 on the list. So now, the question is, do we want to add? We do need to add at least 1 more, but we have the option of adding
Well,
4.
Of the remaining 4, is it, that we have? 2 of them got 5 votes and 2 of them got 6 votes?
That's right.
I say we take the 2 that had 6 votes, put them on the list, the ones that have 5 votes didn't make the cut.
So is that a motion to add
Yeah, that would
Dan
be my,
Carrion and Alex Navidad to the final
that
list?
would be my motion then.
there
I
a
don't
second?
remember the names, but that would give us 7 on the final list.
Did everybody get, Mr. Stebley has moved to add Dan Carrion and Alex Navidad to the final list. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Is this to the exclusion? The others?
No,
Is then
it's not to the exclusion. It just would be to add them, and then we can talk about the last 2. Any other thoughts or comments? If not,
I have some comments, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carrion, 30 years, I'm just reviewing my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. 30 years in the city of Phoenix. We have a lot of nominees that have 25 to 30 years of experience at the city of Phoenix. My notes show that, I mean, they obviously has experience, that the interview wasn't as stellar as some of the other candidates. I just would like to annotate that.
well, yes.
There's maybe one clarifying point. So Mr. Carrion has not worked in this court. So I think when he's talking about the city of Phoenix, he's meaning here in the area. The bulk of his career has been with the County Public Defender's Office. So he has not worked with either the city prosecutor's office or done public defense contract work here.
Thank you for clarifying, Judge. So just because we have some public board members that may not know that, the city and the county are two different entities. They have two different public defender's offices, and they handle very different caseloads. There are some crossover there, and in Mr. Carrion's instance, he did a lot of DUI work, which also is a bulk of the work they do down in the city of Phoenix, so he has that crossover. But in terms of being a public defender for the city of Phoenix, he is not that. He is a public defender for the Maricopa County, and they tend to handle felony cases where the city will handle only misdemeanor cases. As a felony public defender, you also handle misdemeanor DUIs because you don't have exclusive jurisdiction, but the caseload is actually larger in number, but smaller in case type in the city in terms of the way you want to look at that.
Barbara, she practices in the City of Phoenix Court, right?
Yes, she has been at the Phoenix City Prosecutor's
At the
Office.
Phoenix, okay.
So has, just for clarification, Bob Smith.
So has Bob Smith.
Are those the only two?
And
that
so
are-
has Patricia George.
And Patricia George.
Yes.
Three. So three candidates on the.
And I candidly, I put a lot of faith in someone dedicating or investing their life to an institution and being rewarded. So, whatever that's worth.
I think it would be good if we could have a mix, because it's also good to bring in new ideas, but it's also good to say, you've been here a long time, we appreciate your work.
And I would agree with that. I guess in the spirit of judicial diversity, if there's such a thing, it's good to have internal knowledge, but you want an outside lens as well, I would think.
Okay, so I'm wondering, in fairness to those that didn't support these two candidates the first round, tying them together makes me feel like we're trying to log roll you into voting together. So I'm wondering if maybe we should vote on them separately. So if you're just, I'm maybe not making this point clearly, I don't want you to feel like you have to vote for one candidate that you don't support because you support the other one because they're both on the same list. I'd rather give you the
Mr. Chair, I just have a question. So when we submit this list, are we going to submit a ranked list or just alphabetical?
I think we'll just do alphabetical. The subcommittee will know the vote count.
They'll have the minutes.
And they'll have the minutes, and they'll get that spreadsheet that's up on the screen, so they'll know who voted for who. Oh, no, is that not? No, Darlene is nodding her head. I take that back.
I don't believe that's ever gone up. I think what has gone up to them is simply what's in the rule, which is a list, which is, of course, at least 3 for each vacancy in alphabetical order. And I think that is literally all that they get. In terms of what went on here, obviously they will get the application packets and all the letters of recommendation.
And they can view this video.
They absolutely view this video. But this is not something that has ever gone up in the packet with them.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I did not know that. Now I forgot where we're at. Was there a motion?
Well, I think you have a motion on the table.
We have a motion.
You have a motion and a second on the table, unless Craig wants to take a friendly amendment to separate them out.
For Navidad and Carry-On.
I'll take, yeah.
Okay, you friendly?
I'll discuss them individually. There are some good points to that.
Why don't we do that if you're okay?
And I will second that friendly amendment to his motion.
Okay, so
that we vote on them individually.
we're following Robert's rules here, so I think that's right. I'm looking at the judge.
You can put up the 4.
Well,
You get to pick 2 and.
well, what I'm.
If additional discussion will move the meter, then yeah, it's worth it. But if it's just postpone what is already. Oh, sorry. Postpone, what is sort of ingrained and everyone's reached their
their position, you know, we could, I only say that because I'm always dealing with two other judges.
Yes.
If,
Gotta
I
count
usually
noses.
know if there's a chance or not, so.
Well, all right, I think based on the amendments, we're going to take the vote separately for Alex Navidad and Dan Carrion. This is a vote to place these individuals on the final list, so they would have to achieve a vote, at least 5 votes, and if so, then they would be on the final list. So we'll start first with Alex Navidad. All in favor of adding Alex Navidad to the final list, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Do a roll call.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
No.
Okay, by a vote of 6-2, Alex Navidad will be added to the final list. The next is Mr. Dan Carrion. All of those in favor of adding Dan Carrion to the final list, say aye.
So if I can I ask a question first, or no?
I think that's out of order.
Okay. I don't want to do that.
But I'm not going to overrule a judge, so
No. I just want to understand the significance of the vote. I mean,
the significance of the vote is this.
exclusion, it sounds like we have a finite destination we're going to, and so I think that needs to be accounted for as we navigate that path.
So the way that I take what the chair is doing is if you make that final list is going to be voted on as a total package list to see whether that goes up or not. And if nobody gets on that final list, then yes, they will be excluded. Yes. Am I taking that correctly?
I think technically we're voting on the final list.
What's that?
We are voting on the final list now.
I was taking that wrong too, so you weren't alone.
Yeah, so, I mean,
I think I'm going to switch something, just because I get the feeling there's only one more name that's going, just what I feel here. And so I have to pick one of these 3. And I just want to know that that's sort of where we're going, because we've already said 9 is too much. So it's basically pick one of 3 and we get to move forward.
okay.
Well, that's assuming that that's our number, and I don't think we took a vote on a final number yet. Did we?
I'm fine
No,
with 9,
no,
but
well-
I mean, it seemed like others weren't.
Why don't let's take this vote while the question, so.
All right.
All in favor of adding Dan Carrion to the final list, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. I think he's out then. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
No.
Nay.
No.
So by a vote of 2 ayes and 6 nays, Mr. Carrion will not be on the final list. So that means, as of right now, we have, bear with me, we have 6 applicants who are on the final list. Is that correct, Arlene? Is that?
Mr.
Yes.
Oh, I might be out of order.
No, this.
I'd like to take a look at David Allen. I'd like to change my vote to affirmative. Because if the names we're discussing, I put him at the top of the others.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah, we haven't
talked about him yet.
We haven't done a final, so.
Oh, okay.
So it's, I think we were just kind of going in order of who had the most votes, but it's
All right,
perfectly
sorry.
acceptable to make a motion to add him to the final list. And
No, I think it's actually, yeah, because those are both same votes, so either one.
okay, is there a motion to add David Allen to the final list?
Well, that would,
So moved.
There's a second. Okay, so the motion has been made by Don, seconded by Craig. Okay, so now he had received 5 votes for the tentative list. So now we would be voting on the finalists. So any thoughts or discussion on Mr. Allen?
I think that Craig and I were the only people who voted no last time.
I was a no vote, and I was just a bit confused with Mr. Stebley. I felt that David Allen's credentials are outstanding. However, it did not show as much through the interview process.
I totally agree with that. I wanted to like him on paper, and I did like him on paper, but when he interviewed in front of us, I just did not have that same opinion, and that's really what the difference for me was. It wasn't so much, when you look at that, when you look at his background and the information that we got, I thought he's a very solid candidate. It just didn't show through from my perspective at the interview.
So as a matter of, for lack of a better term, weight, you know, I guess an overall question is, would he make a good judge? So, and I'm not, you know, adding anything to that. It's just that general question.
Right. So he would be a very different judge than me. I'm not soft-spoken. I'm sort of known for the opposite. But that presented to me was very. No, I'm very active and intense, and I was comforted. I mean, that's the exact opposite, and I liked it.
So if that's the question, I think that the only thing that I have seen that you have to go on is that he's doing the job that he's doing now, and he's doing it well. And so in terms of that qualifier, that's what we have. I did not hear anything that said that he wasn't proficient in doing a good job in the current judicial, quasi-judicial, however you want to say he's an ALJ, I think.
Mr. Vice, could you just, confirm, I have my notes, when you say the job he's doing very well, he is a judge at ADOT. Is that?
He's an administrative law judge. Okay. And so they handle administrative appeals on city court tickets, for example, admin per se, different types of tickets. So, I mean, he's doing a judicial, that's why I say that he's doing a judicial job, and he's, from all reports, doing it well. I don't have any contrary information. My issue with him is how he performed during his interview. But I was really directly speaking to that question about what do you think he's going to be like as a judge. The only metric we have is that he's doing the job and he gets good reports at this particular juncture.
I would agree with that. Just extra comments based on my notes. I do have comments that there were some nerves, but just like we've said about other candidates, about interviewing and nerves and maybe some unfocus but Mr. Allen, you know, he is doing a role at the state of Arizona in that capacity, and I thought he had the credentials as well.
And so what he does at ADOT has some connection to what he will do here. So, right, DUI, the state will suspend the license, and he works, I think, Judge, am I right? He works on that end, and then your court would work on I guess the criminal end. So, you know, I think he brings a complementary knowledge to the room.
And I will echo that. I have in my notes that there's a traffic theme. While I'm not aware of the connection like many on the panel, I do know that the City of Phoenix and the efforts that they've made in that arena, the traffic courts, I think that having that experience would benefit the City of Phoenix.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on Mr. Allen? This would be a vote to put him on the final list. We have 6 individuals that are on that list already, so he would be the 7th to send up to the subcommittee. All in favor of adding David Allen to the final list, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
So I guess I want to qualify my vote. I still have the same concerns I had with that, but I don't see any real downside to letting the subcommittee take a look at him and make those determinations and see how he does in that interview. So, okay. And with that, I'll vote aye.
With that, I didn't hear any nays, so speak up now if I misheard. Otherwise, the record will reflect that Mr. Allen received a unanimous vote. Okay, we have 7 names. The only other name that we haven't, I suppose we haven't debated or vetted or deliberated on for the finalist is Ms. Paris Gondola. So I suppose, just in fairness, is there a motion to include her on the finalist? If not, then
I would so move.
Okay, so there's been a motion to add Barbara Paris Gondola to the finalist. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion was made by Mr. Stebley and seconded by Judge Cunanan to add Barbara Paris Gondola to the final list. Thoughts? Discussion on Mrs. Paris Gondola? This would be a list of 8.
So I guess from my perspective, I'm just not as hung up on the numbers as I am about the quality of the candidates. So I don't have an issue with 7 versus 8 to the subcommittee. Although, again, I agree that we should narrow the list as much as possible, and that's what I thought about that 2 list. I would rather the subcommittee have someone who's qualified. I'd rather put them up there to let them be heard.
You know, from what I've seen so far, in these 8 names, in my mind, I'm proud of every one of them. I don't have any reservations on all 8 of these.
No. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Yeah.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, from 30, starting with 36, down to 11, down to 7 or 8, I think that's a pretty, for 2 slots, you know. Yeah.
I don't think it will. I think we're actually blessed to have this field of candidates. And I'm glad to send the 8. And I agree, if we can't winnow it down even more, maybe we're not doing our job. But if everything's said and done, I think any one of these 8 will be good.
And if you look at it in terms of numbers, if it was a single opening, we would probably send up 3 to 4. So we're still, because it's 2 openings, we're still well within those numbers because if we do them all, it's at 8. So my own big point is I'm not as worried about the numbers. However we vote on Ms. Paris Gondola, I just thought that given the totality of that list, I think she fits in that list.
And so a question, from this list that goes to the city council, are they going to interview candidates?
I believe the public.
They are.
They usually do.
Will.
Okay.
Traditionally, they have always interviewed the candidates. Am I right on that?
Yes, the Public Safety and Veterans Subcommittee will be interviewing the list on the names that you send up.
Thank you, sir.
Are there 4 on that subcommittee, or 3?
There are 4 members of the council on that subcommittee.
If I could point something out, I think we're doing this inadvertently, but we have a diversity of practice as well. So we go Navidad and now Paris Gondola, again, opposite sides of the caption. So I think that's a good thing.
So, Mr. Chairman, based on my notes, and in fairness to the other candidates that we made comments about nerves, I will qualify my vote with, I felt out of the candidates with 25 years of experience, I felt that she had the most nerves and maybe not the most focused answer, specifically the first one of the questions. But I would agree with the judge on his last comment. I noted the same thing. You have the defense of 25 years, and then you have a very diverse group. But I did see the nerves.
And I think this is the first time that she's been up to see us, unlike some of the other candidates who we've seen multiple times. There is a difference to that.
I appreciated her thoughtfulness in her answers. I really did. And to me, that would show her thoughtfulness that she would take as a judge. You don't want someone who's just going to willy-nilly throw out a decision without taking the time to really consider the facts and evidence before them. And I felt that from her, that she would be the type of judicial officer who would take her time to really consider everything. Just based on her answers, the way she considered everything here.
Well, a lot of her references would reaffirm that, because I heard that from many of her references.
So I litigated against her a long, long time ago, when I was in private practice. And she was actually a specialized DV prosecutor at that time. The city attorney's office had a specialized DV unit, and so on specialized DV cases, which were usually the more egregious of those cases, they would send a specialized prosecutor in to be on those cases, and she was one of those. And I had the opportunity to litigate her, and a lot of times I didn't agree with her, again, and we got at odds over various things, because as a defense attorney, I was representing my client to the best of my ability, and we argued about different things, and I always didn't agree with her. But she was always fair and understanding of my position, whatever that was going to be. Because sometimes as a defense attorney, you have to go in there and make arguments. And she was always respectful of my ability to do that, even though she obviously didn't disagree with it, and she obviously didn't agree with my client's position. And so I think that's a good, and that was a long time ago, and unless something has changed, that is a good demeanor to have on the bench.
Okay, good comments. That, unless there's any other thoughts or comments on Ms. Perez-Gondola, we'll call the question. All those in favor of adding Barbara Perez-Gondola to the final list, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That vote was unanimous.
You've got some good
Barbara Perez-Gondola will be added. That would make a final list of 8 candidates to send to the subcommittee. And I believe that concludes agenda item number 8. So thank you all for a great series of interviews and thoughts and discussion and deliberation. We had a lot of amazing candidates to review and to consider, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we've got 2 more agenda items. One will be short and the other one will be even shorter. Agenda item 9 is future agenda items. So just to bring to your attention that we have 2 judicial term completions coming up. Judge Cynthia Serta, her term expires on January 19th of 2021, and Judge, am I looking at the wrong? What? There's a All right, I'm being told I don't have the most current agenda. Okay, I'm sorry. So what does the current agenda say? Okay.
Yeah, they do. You leave them here, and she'll take Darlene, take care of them.
Okay, so we've got Judge Taylor, who we have to consider in April for reappointment as presiding judge this April. So, and I think you all should have got a meeting. Darlene, you sent everybody out an invitation to. Okay, and then Judge Withy's term expires July 12th of 2021, so that's a little ways off, but we'll have to get back together. And I guess that's it. We don't anticipate any other vacancies, so we'll see you in April. I think at that point we may also get a presentation. We've asked the Commission on Judicial Performance Review if they could come talk to us about how they go about evaluating state court judges, just to get an idea of how that process works. We're hoping they'll join us as well. So. That I am not, as chair, I'm not able to give you anything tangible to thank you for all your service, but I can give you an hour of your time this afternoon, which I think we're finishing about an hour early. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.